are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दाव पर हैं $30,000।
Welcome back in the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Pakistan region, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. I'm going to be your host and caster and analyst, Necro. John with me is going to be my co-casting buddy, Ankit. And in the semifinals, we had quite an interesting, all the weekends going on there.
Yeah.
But now finals, only 3 days in your hands, and you have only 3 days to prove your medals. 5 games per day. Interesting things going on over here, Every single game is going to be so important. And Ankit, what are your thoughts on finals? I mean, what do you think? Which team would actually come out on top?
I mean, exactly. The teams are buckling up their seatbelts for now because, as I just mentioned, the 3 days of gameplay and just the 15 matches. So they have to be very much cautious with the way they will be strategizing their plan. And I'm sure that these 3-4 days that they have got in their bag, they might have done their homework. Coming on to the thing that you just mentioned, that what are my expectations? So, you generally cannot expect something at this very stage because teams can just go YOLO, or maybe we might see some turn event of the situation because we have seen teams performing in their very best situation. But look at this prize pool, Necro, $30,000, a total of a massive prize pool if we talk about at this grassroots level. And the first place gets a $10,000. So not only just this, the bragging right, the iconic names that they would be making up from themselves. So a lot of thing on the stake.
Exactly. I mean, pretty much the same thing we have been seeing throughout the semifinals and overall throughout the whole weekend that has been started since the start in the PMCC. But now semifinals, they fought for it. They came top 16, all these teams. This is a well-deserved top 16 spots reserved by these teams. And this is what it's come down to. This is what they all have funneled down to. Only 16 teams fighting for the top spot, fighting for the most amount of money to get in their hands, and which is $10,000 in your hands. And how are they going to be doing that? With the point system. Take a look at the point system. Pretty much the standard one. We have been looking at this, and we all do know that 1 point per kill is so important, and we have seen some insane clutches going down in the past.
It is indeed the 1 point system that has been in the meta and that has been followed for a lot of time. So this will be the same point distribution for the finals also and for the rest of the matches. So I have a lot of expectation if I have to talk about this because the big names like Stalwart Esports team, Bablu, they will be in their frame. And look at this squad roster that I was talking about, team Qwerty, Bablu, the big names. And I'll be surprised to see and more interested to see how teams like Maximus and the Slayers and some young guns, some young names will be strategizing them because Bablu will be also, teams like Bablu will be also trying to go all YOLO.
I don't know if they're going to be going YOLO because these are finals, and going YOLO is not really the chances you want to take, especially if you want to play finals. Going tactical is the right way to play the game, and going YOLO in finals, I really feel like that can be the worst thing you can actually opt out for. And hopefully none of the teams actually go YOLO. Hopefully they are trying to strategize themselves up on these grand finals because this is a long way. This is a long journey they've came, and you certainly do not want to return with empty hands. You want something, at least a better share of the prize pool in your hands, and I'm pretty sure all these teams have came here for that. Let's take a look at Lost Esports as well. I mean, this team, they have been doing pretty decent in the past, but just doing decent in the finals isn't going to cut it. You have to be the best.
It is indeed. It requires the best of the best because we saw Lost Esports qualifying in the last day in this last match. They just qualified, so they must have strategized for now, and they must be looking up for a very good start because we just saw them qualifying. So, the thing that they have done in the past, they shall keep it aside there because this is a new slate. This is a new book, and new things will be written out from here.
Exactly. I mean, exactly. From in the forward, you still have way much more bigger stages to go on. If you win this competition, you just have some more future tournaments coming up as well, and you better be ready for those because this is not just going to be in the end. Even if you win the finals, you're not supposed to just sit down and relax. You're supposed to practice as much as you can because you do know what
Yeah.
ambitions do you have. You want to be one of the best pro players, and I'm pretty sure I used to be one of you guys as well. I used to be a competitive player, and I know how you guys think and I know how you guys work as well. So I know you guys want to be one of the best in the world. So make sure you're giving enough efforts or more than enough to achieve your dreams.
They will be indeed because we have seen them from the round of more than 120 teams coming down to 64. To be more precise, it was 128, then 64, and then 32, then 16. And now this is the time that they will be fighting out on all these 5 matches and three different maps for the day, starting with Erangel, then follows Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So 3 Erangel for a day fill in, the void fills in between the Miramar and Sanhok. So the team that has a very good outing, that has a front foot on the map of Erangel, it becomes important for them to capitalize onto that. Also, the off maps that we talk about that can bring surprises.
Exactly. I mean, especially, I don't really feel like there's any off maps over here. Maybe Sanhok would be a little off map because Miramar and Erangel are pretty much like decently open maps. You know, they're pretty much big maps and stuff like that. Sanhok is the only one, which is the smaller one over here. So maybe change of pace on the Sanhok map will be kind of interesting to see how these teams are going to be, going from Miramar to Sanhok just out of nowhere. But I'm pretty sure still like going from Miramar to Sanhok, I mean, I don't really feel like it should be a massive problem because they probably do have their, solidified strategies on each and every single map. And this is what I like about PUBG. You cannot just stick with one strategy on every single map. Location changes, city changes, the surrounding changes. That means strategy changes as well. That means some players are going to be good on some maps and some players are going to be, not good on this certain map where other players are good. So, I mean, you do see like variety of players, coming out top in each and every single new maps. And hopefully we see a domination coming out from just an absolute beautiful team, like a team like Bablu or, overall some like good teams that are in this lineup.
I mean, exactly. And the very first day, the teams might be looking up to go very much cautious with the way they will be rotating. And they would have done their homework if we talk about this thing and all. But we were talking about the off maps and also. So Sanhok is one that has a very fast shrink speed. And obviously, the map is bit lesser in size, if we say. And that also has different metas. We don't get sort of much of rotation with the help of vehicles. We do sometimes get to see if the team is very much isolated from the zone, but that's rare. That's not very often. But also bringing to the fact that Miramar offers you that biggest map in the history of PUBG Mobile. So things actually become important there. You have to be very much careful with the rotation you're trying to make and the early rotations, if we have to say, and the hard shift. So you have to be very much prepared about that because you don't know. You might be dropping towards the area of Impala and the circle might be going straight away to northwestern side. Then you have to take some different routes. So this will be the thing that will be taking into its course one and another and again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, time to medal up. Log into PUBG Mobile between May 21 to June 6 on South Asia server and earn PMCC medals, which you can be used to redeem in various in-game rewards. I mean, these are the PMCC exclusive event, like permanent PMCC frames as well. And if you log into the game for all these events, including from June 21 to June 6, then you're going to be earning some points, and then you can convert them into those in-game rewards. What else do you have to say, Ankit? Do you want to give some in-depth information on this?
Exactly. So it is not just that the players and the teams will be benefiting from this. The viewers, the spectators that have been constantly have their eyes set upon all these matches. So all what they have to do is to from 21st May to 6th June on the South Asia server of PUBG Mobile, they just have to log in, and a total of 20 minutes will award you one medal, and if the time increases from 50 minutes, the medal gets into two, and then if you the total time gets from 50 to 80, it crosses to from 80, then the number of medal gets three, and finally if you spend your duration for whole of the match for more than 100 minutes in a day, that leads you to that four medal. And why are these medals important? So these medals will be straight away cashed in with different rewards and perks that is offered in you in the in game, as we just saw the parachutes and those crate coupons. And obviously if 120 medals will award you the PMCC frame for that permanent thing, and that will be a thing that the most of the players will be looking at to flaunt at.
Exactly. So what he exactly said was, if you are in the game for 20 minutes, you're going to be earning one medal. If you're in the game for 15 minutes, you're going to be earning two medals. And if you're in the game for 80 minutes, three medals. And if you're in the game for 100 minutes, you'll be getting four medals in the total. And if you collect 120 medals, you will earn a permanent PMCC frame. And this is what I'm saying. Start collecting today, because this is an important stuff right here. If you're going to be having that PMCC frame, you can flex on your friends. You can be like, oh, look, I have the PMCC frame. You don't, because you did not work hard for it. But now let's get right into the game as we plan flat path this start from the Nowhere Pnoy area and ending towards the George Pool. And we do have Stalwart Esports, as always, going towards the military base area. I mean, not really kind of, surprised by the way they are playing for now. It's pretty much like the solidified drop spot they have been looking forward to since the old days.
Exactly, and with the circle has taken a sort of central to northeastern shift. So the teams like some teams that are on the western side, teams like FS and teams like Bablu, they will be looking to make a rotation. But look at the location and the positioning of Team Bablu. After looting the apartments from Georgopol, they will be straight away, as what I see, they will be straight away taking a rotation from the sides of from the same direction and going straight away to the area of Yasnaya Polan. So not much of positioning, not much of strategy is required from their side, but still 530-meter is what they have to travel, and slowly and steadily they will be looking for that safe zone approach.
Exactly, for sure. Well, it seems like, well, some of the Stalwart Esports players are already kind of looking downhill here, because the drops are kind of not looking really good in their favor. And there's already one, I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw one more team landing in their nearby vicinities. I want to see if are they going to be crossing eyes against each other. While we have Lost Esports, on the other hand, there's one more team right in their backlines in the George Pool City. So I feel like Unknown should not really expose his body a little too much, because there is a guy right behind him. And if you're going to be standing out in the open, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be an easy opportunity for the enemy to take you down. And okay, well, we're seeing some interesting stuff's going on here. It seems like Alian is actually trying to run him over. His teammate is there to back him up, but barely makes it alive in respect. Finally back to safety in cover, and his teammate is like a god savior for him. Tyrant. Tyrant is the hero, and he's the savior for respect right now.
Exactly, saves him for the first time, and with the help of Buggy, they will be rotating sooner or later. But his heart was in his mouth for a second. The way he was just trying to be ran over, but respect still saved. Teams like Arkadians, Freestyle, Lost Esports. If we see them on the right hand of our overall standings, just because this is the very first match they are into their clean house, if we have to say. But TES, I have a lot of expectation if we have to talk about that, because any team that has come this close has that potential, has that caliber to showcase the best of the best gameplay.
I mean, I still cannot get my mind over how did Respect make it out alive from there. He was trying to run him over. And at the same time, Respect was like, oh, he was completely doomed. Like, he just didn't have any gun in his hands. He just dropped in fresh. He wanted that buggy. But then, then you just see someone steal it away from you. But still, Respect was alive. And Tyrant came in like a hero as a savior. And he saved Respect out. So, I mean, I feel like Respect should be given respect to Tyrant at this point in time, because Tyrant was his life savior.
Indeed, he was. He just saved him, but it seems that Boss has not able been to be to save because he has been eliminated. Hitman Hacker and Dante still survived from his team, and it seems that they are into the area of southern side of military base, and they will have to make a rotation. 700 meter is in a total of what they have to travel, and they have to be very much cautious because more and more teams will be colliding onto the same area. As we have just seen, a cluster sort of thing is able to be getting developed in the same area. So three players with a decent amount of loot. I would not say, because Hacker, I can still see he has no backpacks, and all what he has is M16 and that shotgun. So he must be looking with those good loots.
I mean, so far we've had a great start in the PMCC finals over here, especially the Pakistan region. An absolutely incredible start overall, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty sure you guys are having an incredible time as well. With us, me as Necro and Ankit over here, we're also having a fantastic start over here. And this is what the start we actually won, you know, a little bit of laps here and there, having a great time, enjoying the game as well, as these players are fighting for the best, for the King of the Hill. And overall, I mean, I really want to glance overall inside the game for now. Seems like Arkadians are already pretty much done looting, and they are prioritizing the rotation inside the circle, which is pretty much understandable. You always want to be the first one to rotate inside the circle. And sometimes late rotations do work, but I feel like late rotations are more kind of like a luck factor. It just involves a lot of luck factor in it.
Exactly. If you are not backstabbed in that situation, it is a win-win situation, because not only just you find yourself away from the fight, you will still be entering into zone. But if somebody is gatekeeping for you, or maybe somebody is making a backstab situation like that, then you have to face the brunt of all those bullets that is coming from your enemy side, and also the blue zone will be taking a toll. So Arcadians, we have seen them in past repeating the same mistake, and it seems that this is the time that they have learned from all their mistakes, and they are up with that early rotation. And this is all what we are waiting for: learn from your mistakes, because everything is at its stake at this point.
Still seeing some teams making the rotation over here and there. Team Qwerty, one of the best teams inside this whole competition in the PMCC. And I'm pretty sure all the fans over here watching have a massive kind of hope from going inside this tournament from Team Qwerty as well. Even me included, I am hoping Team Qwerty to dominate this entire scene. But again, you got to also take a look at the teams like Bablu coming in. Then you have Stalwart Esports as well. So pretty much, I feel like the competition in these finals is pretty interesting, and it's going to be thrilling.
Exactly, it's a jam-packed total in totality, if I have to see that. But they have to be on their front foot, because the rest of the teams will be looking to take them down, and they have that sample size if they have to read their gameplay. So they have to be very much cautious, if I have to say that, because most of the teammates have done their homework, and they will be looking up to take the fight and not to shy away.
But now, I mean, again, look at this. Already Arcadians Gambler wanting to get that US right there, but unfortunately, there was a team camping right next to it. It was Portal Esports, and Insane is not going to let such kind of a free opportunity just go away from his hands. Takes him out instantly. Gambler's still kind of surviving there on the edges, still knocked out. Things are not really looking that good for Gambler.
Indeed, not looking good for them. And it seems that he has been bled off, and he has been eliminated, as we can already see Portal Esports securing the one kill into their name, and that goes into the name of Insane. We just saw him eliminating, and that area of shelter becomes important. And the circle, as it has taken a course, the place like mansion and shelter becomes important, and one who gets hold of those places have a very good edge over other players.
Exactly. Here we have the first airdrop coming in the game. MK14 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to see which player will be going for it. For sure, I mean, you do want this beastly of a weapon in your hands, at least to give you like a little bit of more odds winning the game or winning those fights individually. So you have to go for the airdrop. I mean, overall, when we were talking about teams like Arcadians, right? They already have early casualty in the game, including TES as well. And especially having early casualties in the game, most of the times it means just like in the late games, right? You're not really going to be having a lot of things, you know, going in your favor that properly or that accurately, because you do need each and every single player in the team to execute the strategy that you have made for the future plans. And if you don't even have one player in the team, that means those strategies will be kind of falling weak.
I mean, yeah, all the four players have their four designated things, if I have to say about that, because we have seen some players doing those opening frags, some obviously do that sniping skills and shots. So if elimination comes at this very early stage of the game, team might be playing at their very back foot end, but all what you can do is to just hope and hope, and still let all the three players going down to the wire, down to the edge, because you would obviously want your all the players, if not at least three player, to that last or second last zone in order to secure that chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, again, look, Portal Esports is on a move here. Oh my god, Renegades right next to him. Insane. I'm pretty sure he has locked them in their eyes. And exactly, goes for an instant cover, which he finds himself a compound. The rest of the kind of Portal Esports squad is separated out, but finally, they are going to be reuniting again. It's more kind of like a temporary cover. They're not really sure if they want to stay here, because Renegades was right in the front lines, and they didn't really want to challenge a fight. So Portal Esports was like, okay, we're going to be backing off, and we're going to be finding a temporary stop for us.
Exactly, and just because the circle has made a shift towards the very eastern side, we have already seen some of the players being caught in that early rotation, and more often we have seen whenever in this game of PUBG Mobile, in this game of Erangel, circle takes those type of shift. It is bound for the team and the players to collide again and again. For now, it seems that on the back end side of school, Team Xquetta is up against one more team, and all the four players are just trying to position themselves up. It seems that Ryan has received some of the shots, just trying to apply those bandages in order to get to that 100 HP, and then they might go for the fight if they want to. Else, if they also can go for that rotation. It seems that players are in the Dacia. Maybe they can make a push if they go for that opening. But still, TES out in the open. Hanan has already been knocked down, and it seems that he will bleed off. And yes, the kill goes into the favor of BE as Khatir secures the first kill for themselves.
Exactly. Well, we already have kind of TES, falling apart. We did say in the past as well, they had one man fallen down. And TES, you cannot be affording to get such kind of casualty in your hands. Now, TES is just down to a two-man squad. I'm pretty sure at this point in time, the guys that went down are going to be pretty disappointed in themselves. Because the first game is where you actually do get the momentum started if you're going to be having good kind of positioning in your hands, or at least some decent amount of points secured in your hands. But on the other hand, Stalwart Esports kind of stuck on that hill there. And it seems like the players from Freestyle are the one pinning them down. But it's just no issues. They do have those trees going in as well for themselves as the cover. They can just get in their vehicles and then maybe try and find themselves like a decent amount of cover in some new spots. But still, 16 teams alive and only a few players eliminated here and there. And TES is the only team. Till now, it seems like they are in a massive danger.
Exactly, they are in danger, and all the teams that are making rotation from the southern side. Talk about the team Arkadians, RZ, the team that actually made it to here. It was a bit difficult roadway for them, but still they made it here. But just a moment back, we saw Team Bablu in the dead smack center. So we have seen them occupying the circle when they play the map of Miramar. But in this game of Erangel, they are now also able to secure that center position. And with that, it seems that freestyle players are not just stopping, because a moment back, we saw them pinning down the players of Stalwart Esports. And now it is Lost Esports that are being pinned down. And it seems that one more kill goes into its name as Respect. The player that was on the edge of his life, maybe now this is the time that he will start dominating the lobby.
Exactly. I really feel like the position that Freestyle have stopped there isn't really like a good place to stop. Maybe the place where Tyrant is trying to scout out can be a decent amount of position now. But again, Tyrant's still not sure if he wants to go for that watchtower. I mean, it does make sense, you're going to be having 4 players inside one single watchtower. Things won't really be looking good. You would need at least a decent amount of space for yourself. Nade pretty close to Captain, barely makes it alive on 1 HP. Beautiful nade coming out from the side of Portal Esports. And it seems like now PES have finally decided to kind of take a back step in the fight. not really interested in challenging the fight, but there is one lad from Portal Esports who is wrapping up all the way from the left side, trying to create a flank angle. And this is where Renegades needs to watch out, because that man can certainly find himself opening, but Renegades already as well opening the fray up, getting themselves a knockdown they were looking for. Joker taking out the game, but it seems like Renegade as well are kind of getting third party from the left-hand side, while Captain, the aggressiveness from the side of Renegades is there. And Portal Esports kind of on a defensive stance this time. They don't really want to challenge quite a lot of fights, but the trades are happening left and right. Shazam is going to be the last man surviving from the side of Renegades. Portal Esports, Nocto gets a lot of damage dealt, but it seems like Renegades going to be taking out Portal Esports off the equation, and that's going to be the first squad eliminated. Beautiful execution from the side of Renegades, but here comes the third party from Prime.
Exactly. The moment when Renegades were up against the players of one team, it was Team Prime that was trying to make the most of the situation. And for now, it's with Shazam and with the help of JD, it will be a 2v4 affair. Will be it a situation that can go down in the name of one team. But Team Prime, realizing the situation, realizing the thing and the gravity of the situation, they have made a push at the very right moment. But Shazam, with that good spray coming in, but for how long will he survive? The answer is no, as Renegades gets eliminated. 3 kills already into the name, and with this, Killers also gets eliminated. Qwerty will be given a revival, but a push that was looking to go into the favor of Team Prime. Renegades have gone away from the lobby, but they have done the damage, a huge dent, if I have to say, on the Team Prime.
Well, I mean, that's quite an unfortunate moment. I mean, Team Prime find their right moment. But I mean, one player is down from Team Prime, but look at this. Bablu on an aggressive stance. I mean, this is not really a moment. You see a lot of times there. Bablu kind of getting destroyed for now. Beautiful hold coming out from the lads of Sky Esports. Team TS as well taking an exit from the game. But Bablu still trying to fight back, taking 2 down, and it seems like almost he wanted to take another one, but it seems like Helsi is there trying those things out. Bablu, one last man alive from the side of Bablu, while we still have NFPxSky looking good and healthy with 2 players alive. The final man from Bablu has been taken out the game, and that's going to be Bablu as well getting eliminated. What exactly is happening? 2 top-tier names, Portal Esports and Bablu, eliminated off early this time from the game.
Exactly. Big names already out of the lobby, and you can imagine the way the intensity which the games are being played. Now is the time when Dread from the sides of Slayer is being pinched them down, as 2 players have been eliminated. And Nate has already been lobbied into the same shack, and one more team goes out of the match. And with this, the Slayer gets eliminated. Now, with this circle shift away from the players of Arkadians, I cannot imagine from where they will be making a rotation, because Stalwart Esports might be gatekeeping for them.
Wow, Zaban with those 2 incredible knocks, man. The way Zaban kind of just flipped the tables in their favor. I mean, Zaban, hats off to him. I mean, he just took down 2 players single-handedly, while the other squad just wasn't really able to do much. Airdrop 3 on the board, MT49 is going to be the weapon to make its presence, to show its presence on the map. And it seems like Team Prime, they do know Xquetta is right in the front lines, but Mujrim still doesn't know if they are there or not. While Team Prime now, which wants a team who kind of third party inside. Their beautiful explosion coming out from the side of Dante. 2 knocks found all by himself. But the unfortunate moment over here is that Dante cannot really even make a push there, because it's way too far away. And if you really want to make a push right on themselves, then it's pretty much going to be an open route, and you do not want to get caught off guard in a ground where there's not really a lot of cover. It's pretty much a done-so situation for you.
Exactly, the distance is also less, and also the terrain with which RZx7E Esports are holding for now, there is a rock-like thing, and they just cannot go away from themselves, because the circle will be going away from them. So if they go for that aggressive instance, they might have to pay a very hefty price for this, and this is the same situation. They are just trying to engage themselves in a long-distance fight, and in this all situations, time is taking its course, and sooner or later we'll be seeing that 5th circle, and still the players from the side of Team Xquetta, they are not being given the space that they are wanting. For Stalwart Esports, on the other hand, from the western side, they're just trying to make an entry. We just saw them trying to gatekeep like a situation, because 4 players already onto their feet, 3 kills. They are looking also very strong, and with the help of those buggies and US, they can make a rotation. And it seems that they have also spotted the exact positioning from Vermont team that was on the right hand side. And now, when the circle has gone away from themselves, teams like Stalwart Esports and Freestyles, they have to cover the equal distance. And yes, they have spotted the exact location of STDX.
Pretty much a stare down competition for now. Nothing really going on crazy here. Wolverine not really able to connect any shots, and knows the fire there. And wow, what a laser beam precise spray in the end. Was not really able to connect any shots on the moving vehicle, but when that guy hopped off the vehicle, Wolverine did not miss a single shot. But again, I feel like Wolverine needs to work on a little bit of that tracking aim though. Well, while we still have Stalwart Esports pushing against the lads of STDX, and it seems like this time they're going to be pretty much unstoppable. Just like that, Stalwart Esports eliminate out STDX, a team that was dominating the entire semifinal field. And Stalwart Esports just took him out the equation like he was a piece of bread. While we still have Team Qwerty alive with all 4 players in the game, and it seems like Voltrix has dealt quite a lot of damage, and that's how you spray a moving vehicle. Voltrix seems like he is on a laser beam precise spray today. Seems like he has drank a lot of energy drink. He is pretty much alive. He can feel the heat of the moment. He can feel himself. Voltrix doesn't really know that he's actually on the other side of the compound wall there. He needs to find
Exactly.
a kind of better situation or better position on Muqaddar there. But Voltrix again trying his best to at least get the knock, the last man alive from the side of Team Xquetta there. I mean, certainly it's not going to be an easy job, but he will try his best.
He will try himself for his team all in all, because Muqaddar, it seems that he's a soul man surviving, and all he can do is to go for that placement point. A molly has already been thrown onto him, but he still survives just on that 1 HP. But he has to be very cautious, because 3 players are still coming from the backhand side. And sorry for that, because players from Team Xquetta are still surviving, but it seems that he will bleed off. The single player surviving, I'm still searching, and in the minimap on the eastern half, on the eastern edge, we can see Ryan OP, his name. That means Team Xquetta, their hopes are still alive for this game.
We still have we still have some big names alive in here. Stalwart Esports do have all their four players alive. We still have Freestyle as well in the game. Looking pretty strong and happy. Voltrix connected a lot of shots in this mode, but didn't deal enough damage to at least get a knockout. And Team Prime, I mean, they were the team, they were the thieves in the night that stole the kills away. But now, again, Team Prime trying their best to at least like find someone to get the redemption on. Because for now, they don't really have a good position, and they are crumbling down like dominoes.
Exactly, Stalwart Esports from the southwestern side trying to make an entry. They are just trying to pincer down the players of Team Prime. For now, Mujrim is just trying to heal himself off, but look at this, 4 players already onto the feet. They are doing some detrimental damage, and it seems that Team Prime will be on the receiving end. Mujrim is a sole player surviving, but on all these fights, Team Qwerty is managing to find themselves a way, if we have to talk about that. But also, they have a very good eye, because they know the exact positions from where the teams are coming, and when they make an entry from the southern sides, all the team will be facing a brunt of this. But Stalwart Esports, look at this, 2-3 teams have been on their crosshair, and just because of that, we are seeing 7 kills already being registered onto the name. And now is the time, now is the main thing, from where and how they will be making rotation, because from the southern side and eastern side, from the western side, the zone is completely packed.
Well, it seems like all these teams do want to make a rotation inside the circle. Take a look at Stalwart Esports, just a casual stroll on a summer's day. And NFPxSky, it seems like they wanted to steal the kill. He almost wanted to run him over. Hater makes it to safety inside the circle. Those kind of desperate rotations. But it seems like Khan this time is going to be denying that, as he takes him out the game with that beautiful place nade. And Khan is, I really feel like Team Qwerty, like, you know, when you lose teams like Bablu, it's kind of like a void being created. And I feel like Team Qwerty is doing an incredible job filling up the void. and still Freestyle trying to spot out anyone in their front lines. And it seems like the main priority of Freestyle here is to try and play the situation out as safe as possible, because Team Qwerty is in their prime position right now. And you do not
Exactly.
really want to challenge a team that is looking good and feeling good, and especially they have the game favoring them as well.
Exactly, but within a blink of eye, it seems Stalwart Esports Caro is the sole player surviving, and he is just playing for that positioning points. Holding that shack is not easy, is not a good option, but else he doesn't have any option. But with that, freestyles, 4 players with the 4 different split, and the trees and the rocks that offer them those cover. They're just trying to maximize the situation, but for how long is the question, as Dante from the sides of RZ goes down, as Team Qwerty is just dominating the lobby. Be it be any player on any sides, they are just trying to dominate.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, these are the grand finals, and this is the war to end all wars. And this matters quite a lot for these players. Each and every single moment ticking, each and every single game passing by, their nerves are pumping. Their adrenaline is pumping as well, and they need your love. So make sure to spam those hearts in the chat and show your love to these teams, because they are trying their best. They're giving their best to come out on top. But again, for now, I'm going to get my head into the game, as Freestyle still kind of taking a massive amount of beating from the side of Team Qwerty. Team Qwerty is doing quite a magnificent job holding that compound for themselves, and I feel like if they keep on doing just the way they're playing right now, because the circle has shifted to no man's land, even Team Qwerty needs to make it inside. But if they just keep on holding this compound that the way are now, I'm pretty sure in the future they're going to be finding some success. While Cairo over here gets a redemption on the player of Team Qwerty. Khan has been taken down, kind of exceeding his limits there, and Khan will be punished.
Exactly, Khan has been punished, but with this, Voltrix knows exact location. He's just not trying to overexpose himself. Cairo, he just needed to connect some of the shots, but obviously falls down as he has been eliminated. Now it's all down to 2 teams, where Team Qwerty goes against the players of Freestyles, but one by one, player from the sides of Team Qwerty, Destroyed, is taking all the players down. Now is the time that he will take the rest of the players down, as the 3 players, they are just trying to march down to the players, and it seems that the sole player from the sides of Freestyle Tyrant is still surviving, and he knows it best. And there are smokes. That means we might see some random sprays, some random grenades, utilities being thrown on that side.
Exactly. We'll still have Freestyle. Last 2 teams alive. Freestyle versus Team Qwerty. Last man surviving from Freestyle there. And we all do know there can be 2 alpha times. So one team will have to leave, or one team will have to take an exit. As Team Qwerty do have the man advantage there, do have the manpower overall. And Freestyle, Tyrant's last man surviving. Seems like he has been spotted out, connects a lot of shots, and yes, the final shot will be connected as well. And Team Qwerty is your winner of the first game. And what a magnificent play coming out from these lads. Absolutely marvelous, as I would like to convey their gameplay to you guys. And all I can say is the stats are speaking for itself. Total points of 30 and total kills 15. The way these guys prioritize the zone, the way they position themselves inside the zone as well. And I'll be saying time and time the same thing. Khan is the best IGL in the whole Pakistan region. I mean, you can quote me if I'm wrong, but I mean, Khan, I believe, is the best IGL.
I mean, yeah, till now he has been doing the job he is expected for and expected out of anything. He has been doing the same job, and 15 kills, that close to 1/4 of the total lobby, and that domination you pick in the very first match. So all what I have to say for Team Qwerty is that they have started picking up their pace from where they left that semi-finals round.
Exactly. Team Qwerty, I mean, they were the kind of, the leaders of the chart there. And it seems like in the final as well, this time they are going to be leading it pretty much well. And hopefully they do. I mean, the way they have played the first game, the momentum is there in their favor. They are looking pretty good as well. And in the future upcoming games as well, they will just have a little bit of, just a little bit of room for breather, because they have did absolutely fantastic in the first game. They have secured 30 points, which is quite a lot in that. And here we have Voltrix, the man that missed the legend, with 7 kills for himself and damage of 1,003. Quite a lot of incredible stats shown from the lads of Team Qwerty. And as I was saying, hopefully in the future games, they don't get too overconfident and just start pushing teams, because overconfidence is never the key.
I mean, exactly. You have to be very much cautious with the way you are putting your step forward, because for your every aggression, there is a team, there is strategy that will be waiting up for. But for now, Voltrex has been the very best and the most valuable player from this match. 7 kills out of the total 15, close to half of the total kills that the team has secured all in all. But also, we have 3 more players as the top players from this match, as Malik becomes the second player with a total of 688 damage and a total of 5 kills. And the team Prime, the team that was making a good rotation again and again, and just because of that, 695 is the total damage that has gone to the name of Smart with 5 kills. And I can already see 2 players from the sides of team Qwerty, because Destroyer comes the fourth one from this total overall players, and second from the side of team Qwerty, as 710 is the total damage and 4 kills. So in the very first match, team Qwerty has started already dominating this lobby.
Exactly. I mean, Team Qwerty at the start already dominating the entire semifinals, and this is what we like to see, a good start, baby. And Team Qwerty is delivering that to us. I mean, Freestyle not really far behind though. I mean, it's just on second position. Freestyle is pretty close, and I feel like Freestyle will be the only team in the first day which would actually be head-to-head against Team Qwerty.
They will be, but team like Renegades have also done decent job. We look at that, 5 kills is what they have been able to secure. That means they have taken all those fights, but in that fight, it seems that they have also lost with that number advantage. And if you remember, the area near that Yasnaya Polyana area where those wooden houses were already positioned, they were just trying to pinch it down the player. In the same situation, if they wouldn't have gone for that push, or maybe they would have able to let that push not go into their favor, things could have been different. But for now, it seems that the big name team Bablu has faced the brunt of the situation.
Exactly. They have faced the brunt of the situation. I mean, look, even there's still like teams like Team TES who kind of got eliminated early off. Then we have Bablu as well coming in. Some unfortunate moments, some unfortunate situations were there in the game. But I feel like, there's a massive luck factor involved as well, especially when you don't really have enough time to loot and you are going to be the one to, take those late game rotations. Then it does make sense sometimes if things are not really going in your favor.
Exactly, you have to be taking all those things into perspective, and then you take all your feet forward. Team Qwerty, the lineup: Khan 2 kills, Voltrex 7 kills, Wolverine 2 kills. So all in all, a good approach from their side, and a good work in peace in tandem is what all I have to say. And after survival time, if we take away the Khan, the Igel that you were mentioning, rest of the 3 players have the full survival time. So team Qwerty splendidly well, and all what I expect from the next match is when team Bablu goes, it is the Miramar. So this will be a thing that team Bablu will be looking at very graciously.
Exactly. Miramar map, sorry. I mean, we do know about Bablu. They are the kings of Miramar. We have known in the past as well. And a lot of people do say the same thing. So in the Miramar map, we have higher expectations from Team Bablu. If they don't really get the chicken dinner in the next map, it's fine. Even if they get like good amount of kills and good amount of, placement points, it's enough. You don't really need to get a chicken dinner to, be on those ladder, first table. You just need a decent amount of points secured in your hands so you can later on redeem them and then, try and go for some placement points as well. Even if you have like 15 kills and you have like 12 placement points, that's enough. You still have a massive amount of chance that you're going to be on the first part or in the first position of those match rankings as well. But I mean, overall, the performance today was incredible. Team Qwerty, hats off.
Exactly, the very first game we just saw them dominating, and all in all the teams have done decently well, and a total of average point that has been secured from their side is good, and it's just the first game after all.
Exactly, just the first day. And I mean, I really feel like that's going to be the first day for today, I mean, there's still like 4 more games upcoming. Next one is going to be Miramar, and I'm pretty sure, let us know in the chat, which team do you guys really think will win the next game. So, I mean, up till then, we're going to be taking a little breather, and we'll be catching you guys after this short little break.
के पाकिस्तान रीजन इंटरव्यूज में, और इस इंटरव्यू में हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं खान फ्रॉम टीम क्वर्टी. Khan, welcome to the show and thank you so much for giving us your time. How are you doing?
Hello guys, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Thank you so much for asking. और मेरा सबसे पहला सवाल खान आपके लिए ये रहेगा, 4 मैचेस में 100+ points. How did you guys manage to do that?
I mean, क्योंकि अभी recently we just played PMPL, so we had that confidence going in. We played with the best of the best teams of the South Asia, so like playing back in the national side, it feels kind of easy. So boys were pretty confident. So इस वजह से वो फिर वही momentum follow करते हुए हम लोग गए थे सेमीफाइनल्स में.
एक और चीज़ जो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा वो ये रहेगी कि जैसा आपने मेंशन किया कि आप लोग इस डोमेस्टिक स्टेज पे थोड़ा कंफर्टेबल फील कर रहे थे. वेल, हमने एक अग्रेशन में स्विच देखा था आपकी टीम से, जहाँ पे PMPL में अग्रेशन लेवल थोड़ा कम था और यहाँ डोमेस्टिक सर्किट में थोड़ा ज़्यादा नज़र आ रहा है. सो क्या ये वही कंफर्ट जोन की वजह से था या कोई और रीज़न था इसके पीछे?
नहीं, we have always been an aggressive team. It's all about mindset. हर गेम के पहले से गेम प्लान हम लोग मैं सेट कर देता होता हूँ कि हमने इस गेम को इस तरह खेलना है. तो बस उसी लिहाज से हम एग्रेशन करते हैं. डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ वी परफॉर्म इन द प्रीवियस मैच, डिपेंड्स ऑफ द पॉइंट्स वी नीड. तो फिर एग्रेशन लेवल हमारा उस गेम प्लान के तहत करता रहता है.
ओह राइट, तो ये काफ़ी अच्छी इन्फॉर्मेशन थी. बट इससे एक और चीज़ जानना चाहूँगा, जैसा आपने मेंशन किया कि आप एक गेम प्लान सेट कर देते टीम के लिए, क्या उस गेम प्लान का कोई बैकअप प्लान भी रहता है आपके पास जस्ट इन केस यू गाइस गेट काउंटर्ड?
I mean, not really. We always have a backup plan with us. It's not like we are going in with just one thing in our minds, like a one drop rotation and one rotation pattern. It's not like that. We always have a backup plan for us. Even if we have one or two bad games, and we think that by TC game maybe we are gonna get focused or someone's gonna target us. So we have a backup plan for everything.
मेरा अगला सवाल ये होगा कि वुल्वरी आपकी टीम के जो मेंबर है वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतरीन परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, मतलब absolutely destroying everyone right now. So is that because टीम उनके अराउंड खेलती है या कोई और रीज़न है इसके पीछे?
I mean, we don't play around an individual. We just play like with a team and around my own game plan. Like it's like मैं एक गेम प्लान सेट कर देता हूँ तो वो फिर उसके अराउंड इन 3 प्लेयर्स को चलना पड़ता है. अगर हम किसी एक प्लेयर के अराउंड जाते रहें and if that player has a bad day or bad luck or dies during rotation, that messes up with the game plan. So it's just better कि आप एक गेम प्लान को 3 बंदे फॉलो करें, so that way even if one of us dies, I mean the game plan still remains the same.
खान, आप एक बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर हैं. यू हैव लेड मैनी लाइनअप्स टू मैनी विक्ट्रीज, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डेकोरेटेड IGLs इन पाकिस्तान. आपसे जानना चाहूँगा आपके व्यूज़ PUBG मोबाइल कैंपस चैम्पियनशिप के ऊपर.
I mean, we'll find out that in the finals. In the semi-finals, there are like a lot of teams making a lot of mistakes. But yeah, there are a few teams like Bablu is a good experienced team. Stalwart Esports are playing pretty good. So yeah, there are a few teams to watch out, but we'll see them in the finals.
Right, that's all we have for you, Khan. Thank you so much for giving us your time and good luck for your matches in the finals.
Thank you for having me. Hopefully, yeah.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Pakistan region, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. Now, this map is going to be the Miramar map, and this is where we all want to see how Bablu does. Because in the previous game, in the Erangel map, Bablu got eliminated in the second place. From bottom, which is a quite unfortunate moment for them. I mean, definitely were not really able to secure any points for themselves and went down with 0 points in hands. And I'm pretty sure Bablu is looking for redemption. Exactly. It has been a pretty much insane course for Bablu. I mean, the way they have been playing, overall in the games as well. I mean, we have seen in the past, we have seen in the semifinals, the overall rankings, Bablu wasn't really far down somewhere. Bablu was one of the, top teams there as well. So we do expect, some incredible performances from their side as well.
Exactly, and with that, we are straight away heading to the second match of the day, where the flight path is already on its way from the southern side and eastern half of the Elazar down towards the area of Los Higos. A flight path completely dominating on the eastern half of the circle. So imagine circle going towards the area of El Pozo or maybe La Corberia or Crater Fields. Then it becomes trickier and trickier, as we have seen in the past in the whole course of PMCC. Just that the circle goes onto the one side and the flight path is on its one side and the circle goes straight away from that flight path.
Circle goes pretty much way ahead and then away just from those flight paths. Well, it still have the plane flight path flying from Los Higos to over there to. I mean, overall, this plane flight path. I mean, it seems like the way these guys are, trying to pan out. Teams that want to go towards El Azhar would have no issue, but the teams that want to go towards El Pozo and Monte Nuovo, they're going to be having a decent amount of trouble because it's a long journey to cover.
It is indeed, and I'm just waiting for the circle shift. But as we just say, Team Qwerty, my eyes are straight away set onto them because they are heading towards the area of San Martin and Hacienda del Petron that they have been looking up to loot again and again. But circle, as we just were mentioning and we were talking about, taking Crater Field and the distance between Hacienda del Petron and Crater Field as its center and as a radius, the circle has gone away from that flight path. So the city like El Pozo, Crater Fields, and La Corberia comes into play.
That's where the cities do come into play. And then we have El Pozo as well, I mean, the circle is mostly in the no man's land. There's no one really in the center of the circle. So I feel like one team can try and go inside El Pozo city and then maybe start looting, because that wouldn't really be a bad idea, especially taking in fact under consideration that the plane flight path was all the way from the right side, and then they will have to go all the way in the left side to actually go and make a loot.
Indeed, they will be making a rotation with the way they have strategized, but the overall standing after the first match is on the right-hand side of your scheme. Team Qwerty standing tall right there at the top. In just one match, all they have been able to do is that the 30 total points is what they have been able to secure. And Feed Styles just chasing behind them with 21 points. Stalwart Esports also having a very good outing. And teams like Prime, Qwerty, Renegades also going with that single-digit markup. And RZx7E ESPORts right off the bat.
Exactly. Almost still have Team Xquetta here. Let's take a look at this. 6th ranking overall in the average damage of 143 in these finals, with the only total 2 kills, and total points are 8. I mean, 6th position not really far behind, but if you compare that score to Team Qwerty, then yeah, your way or your destination is really far away. And this game is going to be the one to make sure you're proving your mettle and not just letting it go away just like that. This is the game where you need to do something to try and win it. Then only maybe in the first day you'll get your momentum set up. But pretty much we have, just Team Qwerty as always, dropping in the Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, as people say it. That's what it means as well. And it seems like, yep, for now, Team Qwerty is definitely the boss over here in this entire situation. And overall, I mean, Team Qwerty, how they have performed in the semifinals as well. This is the exact same, performance you do expect from a team like this, and which is pretty much understandable. And you do want to see, a team like Team Qwerty always in action. Especially when you do see Team Qwerty in action, I'm pretty sure all the viewers do have the best of their times in their lives, especially when the domination is there on the board and you just see kills flying in left and right. But Team Qwerty isn't really the team that I have my eyes locked on this time. I have my eyes locked on Team Bablu. I mean, they are on the 15th place right now after the first game. I mean, just take this factor in consideration. You have total of 15 games in your hands. That was just the first game of 15 games. You still have a lot more games to go ahead. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter even if the first game wasn't really yours, even if you didn't get the momentum shift in the first day. Maybe, in the upcoming day, in the upcoming games, maybe you'll be able to, get the momentum shift in your favor as well. And those kind of moments do, come under the just fact that this is PUBG Mobile, and we all do know most of the times PUBG Mobile, sometimes it is kind of like the luck factor that gets involved in the game, and which is pretty much understandable. Still have Renegades though. Looking here and there. Does hear a buggy going out from their side, from Arkadians. And it seems like K666 is there. Arkadians now do know Renegades Shazam is the only man kind of stuck inside this little gas station. And take a look at this, the way Arkadians is approaching the fight. They're surrounding Shazam from each and every single side. Shazam trying to do a lot of damage on the side of Arkadians. Takes one down. Second guy as well is kind of down to low HP. Shazam as well, kind of the same situation going for him. But it seems like, yep, Arkadians will finally take him out. But the damage has been done on the side of Arkadians for no reason. They could have challenged this fight in a way different way, or in a way different situation, and still Arkadians would have actually won this fight overall without any casualty. But the damage is done. Arkadians is down to a 3-man squad, and so same goes with the side of Renegades. But I mean, Renegades were kind of separated out, so I don't really know what exactly happened there. What exactly was the problem? And look at this, Team Xquetta, just a 3-man squad in the lobby. The one last player is missing, so I mean, that is a massive disappointment. At the same time, a massive casualty. It's pretty much circle. So I did mention no man's land out in the open, kind of a drastic shift away from the planned flight path. So most of the teams are not really inside the circle, so we might see a lot of teams getting caught off guard in those rotations as well, while we have Arsalan kind of trying to spot anyone out. Now at this point in time, he does hear kind of buggies here and there moving right close to him. Arsalan gave his intentions away, gave his position away with the way he took those shots. And look, take a look at this. Arsalan is barely surviving on the edge of his HP. He does hear the push coming in from their side as well. STDX, yes, it's not really going to be that much of efforts to take out Arsalan after the game. And this is where another casualty falls apart. And we do not really want kills to, go kind of down like this. Each and every single team, it feels like they're just separated out of nowhere. I don't really understand why are they not, just sticking to each other, because in a game of PUBG, sometimes you need to be next to your teammates. Not sometimes, most of the times. Make sure your teammates are there to provide you that extra, that essential backup whenever you need it. But especially if you're going to be kind of separating out from your team, then it does make sense. You won't really be having that backup. If you go down, that's pretty much your responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're putting it very correctly. But with that, the first drop is already on its way. Groza into it, and with that, it offers you a total of 67.62 ammo and level 3 vest and helmet. So it all in all becomes important in the map of Miramar. But I would have loved to see some MK14 or maybe an ARM into that, because in the map of Miramar, we have seen the fights going down towards the edges and on the hillside, and all the ridges is what they offer to play you.
Exactly. Still have Max though in the enemy lines. I mean, Arkadians as well kind of took a massive fall in this game. They were kind of separated out from each other, and you do want to stay next to each other, especially if you're a teammate. You want to make sure always you're close to your team, and you do not really want to move away from them, because you do need that backup all the time. You cannot be a lonesome man survivor in this battleground. You do need someone with yourself, and this is why you have your teammates with you. Unless if it's a solo game, then it does make sense. But these are the tournaments. And in tournaments, squad is the way to go. For now, we still have Portal Esports kind of in the center of the circle. And it seems like Portal Esports have found themselves a great home.
Exactly, they have found them a very great home close to the area, and on the western side of Hasan del Patron is what they have find their shelter for right now. But they will be challenged as the players from the side of freestyles are closing towards them. Also from the western side, Team Bablu again a brilliant rotation, saying no to all those fights. They have made an entry, but look at that cluster that is developing into that smack center. 2-3 teams already aligned, and it seems that the players from Qwerty Esports Destroyer is kind of stuck in its rotation, as it seems that with the help of Shaq, he's just not trying to overexpose himself, or maybe he has been found out from the players from Portal Esports. But Khan onto his backhand side, and also Wolverine has come very close towards each other to give that cover fire. But Khan receiving that huge amount of damage, barely surviving on 25 HP, and now it's time that Qwerty, realizing the gravity of the situation, they won't be going and overexposing themselves in the same area.
Pretty much. Yeah, Stalwart Esports taking any shots here and there. On the side of LS Lost Esports is the team in their front lines. Stalwart Esports, it's going to be Bablu trying to spot anyone out. Lost Esports is in their enemy lines there. Bablu. So, I mean, it's pretty much the thing where Stalwart Esports at this point in time, they are bloodthirsty. They need some blood. If they don't, they're going to be just vampires which are hungry. And you do not really want to see a vampire hungry, because when he is, he just starts going crazy. And this is what happens with Stalwart Esports as well. If they're not really able to rack up a lot of kills, they just go absolute, they just go absolute insane mode, and they just start taking each and every single team down. And I mean, it's like each and every single team over here is trying to play for their safety, right? They're not just going to be giving those frags away that easily. They want to make sure they're staying alive till as long as possible. And Stalwart Esports is one of those as well. They want to do the same thing, but at the same time, they have some different kind of goals. They want to get a lot of kills, which most of the times is possible, but sometimes, especially the map of Miramar, if the circle is kind of in the no man's land, it's not really a possible thing to do. But while we have NFPxSky making the rotation on the hilltop, and Portal Esports is sitting there to welcome them.
Exactly, they are just waiting for them. Once they come up to the same area, they will just try to press on them, and then they might face the brunt of the situation. But for now, Portal Esports, we have seen them playing with the same strategy before, also in the qualifying stage, and also in that semi-finals. For some time, it seemed that they were not looking in a good position, but for now, it seems that 4 players, 4 different angles might make the most of the situation. But with that, circle goes away from all these players towards the area of El Pozo and Credit Fields. So now is the time that from the eastern side, 4-5 teams like Prime, RZx7E Arkadians, RNG, Stalwart Esports. My goodness, how many teams are already out of the zone? Numerous teams. And I can only see Bablu in the center with the Qwerty, 2-3 players close to them.
But still, there's one team on the top side. Team Prime, what's the team? They kind of, I feel like they are the thieves in the night. They like to steal the kills away without even their opponent noticing it. And in that kind of, art style, they're pretty much famous in it, or they're pretty much mastered it. And I like how they're approaching this entire situation as well. From the backlines, there's one more team right coming in from their right backlines as well. So Pride, they're taking an approach where they want to be kind of sneaky in these kind of endgame circles, but I feel like their sneakiness can be broken down by the squad that is right in their backlines.
Exactly, it can be a situation, but for that we have to still wait for a moment. But Portal Esports have been holding the same area, same rock and same mountain for a quite long time, and they are still waiting for any team to cut off their rotation if they try to make from that side. And with that, Team Qwerty, the team that actually decimated the lobby in the first game, are also now looking to not allow any players if they are trying to make a rotation, and they have found themselves against the players of Maximus, and Fadi has also been eliminated. Hasi 2 goes down, and it is all upon to the players of Satan and Psycho, and they are being sandwiched in a situation where from the backhand side, STDX are pincering them down, and from the front hand side, one team is Qwerty.
Team Qwerty again. asserting dominance early off. Team is there in their front lines. The enemy team needs to realize the depth of the situation, the wide of the situation, that there is Team Qwerty that you're trying to go ahead against. And you want to make sure if you're going up against a team like Team Qwerty, you better have some incredible strategies to tackle them down, or some magnificent new ways, or just, some surprising, some astonishing plays to take or tackle a team down like Team Qwerty. And certainly, Team Qwerty is a team. I mean, they have the PMPL experience on their back as well, this whole entire roster. And once you do have that PMPL kind of experience on your back, we have seen, the confidence level boost up inside these teams by a numerous amount. Especially STDX, I feel like it's going to be a sandwich in these kind of fights there, because STDX have joined the fray now, and Team Qwerty did realize that, so decided to back off and control their aggression.
I mean, Team Qwerty is not a team that any team might be looking up to mess with, if I have to be very much honest, because they will not shy away from any fight that is put right on your front line. And on that same area, they don't have a very good compound. They don't have very good area to hold off, but still they are trying to dominate because they are Team Qwerty. Now, if we move towards the fight on the northern sides, where team from the sides of Team Prime that were trying to make a rotation have caught off guard the players of Lost Esports, believe has also been knocked down, and now it's all upon Uzair, who has also been knocked down. That means players from the sides of Lost Esports, they are not looking good. Kiran securing 2 kills all in all in totality of its team. The team is looking to make a mark here.
Exactly. We have Team Prime just kind of moving around here and there. Still, the circle, it doesn't really consume a lot of people in it. There's kind of compound at the bottom right, bottom left side there in the Opozo City. There's kills happening here and there as well as the circle shrinks down. Stalwart Esports kind of taking down inside this little shack, trying to fight back, trying to fight for their freedom, but seems like this time they're not really going to be getting enough room to do that. And yes, Portal Esports going to be completely leeching off Stalwart Esports. They are going to be eating Stalwart Esports alive just inside that little uncomfortable shack. They didn't really have a lot of breathing space inside there as well. It looks so suffocating as Renegades trying to challenge a fight head-to-head against the players of Arkadians. Now, Arkadians are in a defensive stance. They're trying to spot out any team that is trying to challenge them. But Arkadians still seem kind of unaware of Renegades' position there.
Exactly. On the adjacent side, on the left-hand side, I can already see Renegades, 4 players still close towards them. But Freestyles, if they have to make a move, players like Malik and that on the front-hand side, Vegeta, they have to be very much aggressive, because all what Arkadians here have is that high advantage, that elevation that they have. But they have been pinched them down, because Freestyle, Malik is the sole man surviving from his side. But Renegades finding themselves 4 kills already onto the name. They are also looking very strong. And coming from the eastern side, they have dominated all in all. But Portal Esports, they must be knowing that their kills some sort of have been stolen from the sides of Renegades.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, still, Renegades here, kind of, trying to fight back in these kind of situations. And Renegades, I feel like they are trying to do a phenomenal job. Like, overall, even the previous game, I still feel like Renegades did a decent amount of work in the previous game as well. And in this game, maybe we can expect them to do the same. Renegades is a team who do not really shy away from a fight. But sometimes, some unfortunate moments do happen and they get caught off guard. But Portal Esports locking their horns against the players of Team Qwerty. Nate's lopped in from both the sides. Khan deciding to back off this time, as he is the IGL. He needs to make sure he's staying safe. Ooh. But from the back line, STDX striking, finding the right moment to strike. Khan taken down again. The IGL falling apart just like that. And this is where Team Qwerty might just be a little paralyzed.
In the game of Erangel 2, in the last game, we also saw Khan going down. Eventually, it was a situation where it was a 3v1 situation going in the favor of Qwerty. But now, when the lobby still has 12 teams and 35 players, how the decision will be made from their side, this is still a question that will possess a big answer from their side, as Khan gets eliminated. But still, 3 players were surviving from their side. But some other fights are also breaking on the El Pozo from the western side, as Team Prime, the team that made an entry from the northern side, eliminating one team, securing 3 kills, is now looking good until and unless a nade was well cooked straight onto the face of Mujrim and he goes down. Now Bablu, they won't be allowing them to come down from that hill.
Exactly. Bablu's not going to be allowing them, that's for sure. I'll still have kind of Team Prime, you know, just getting the res in onto those teammates. And Team Prime, as always, you know, they're trying their best, you know, just trying to come out in these kind of situations. They have all their 4 players alive. That means Team Prime is looking pretty good. Last player will probably be healing himself up, and yes, there it goes. So last player as well, kind of looking pretty strong for their side. Renegades, seems like they are on an unstoppable streak for now, getting those knockouts here and there with those utilities as well. Team TES taking an early exit this time again in the game, and I feel like TES needs to step up though. This is the second game. And in second game as well, you're going down early off with like not really a lot of points in your hands. That means it's your wake-up call.
Exactly, but we just saw Killer going down. Bablu Teen Wolf takes him down. Mujrim also goes down. Kirat also goes down. That means Team Prime is in a real desperate situation. And yes, with that, Team Prime gets eliminated. Mujrim was once being knocked down with the help of grenade, but sooner the team actually relocated themselves and repositioned. Giving rotation, we just saw 3 players into that same vehicle is a vulnerable position, and that offers a huge amount of shots from the enemy side, and this is a mistake that has paid them a very, very hefty price.
Renegades, 1 casualty on their side. JD is there to get the res in onto them, while NFP still there to kind of put in a lot of pressure on their enemy lines. Now Renegades is definitely a team that we have all our sides locked on, but still fights happening here in their team. Xquetta as well taking an exit on 9th position. Xquetta, I mean, I'm pretty sure after this kind of an elimination, they're going to be disappointed in themselves, and it does make sense. 2 games you haven't really performed that well, and Team Xquetta getting out, taking an elimination for themselves, which is not really a good thing. Team Qwerty, though, still alive in the game with 3 players alive, but BEX, on the other hand, all 4 players alive for themselves, knocked up, finding himself a kill. Portal Esports as well, kind of joining the fray here and there. So many fights happening in the end moments. We have seen these kind of moments. It feels like deja vu. I feel like I've seen this moment in the past as well. Captain trying to at least find out some knocks here and there, providing that extra bit of cover for his teammate, JD. So many utilities being used from both these sides, the Slayers as well, and even from the side of Renegades. But 1 knockout has been found. JD taken out, almost gets finished as well, but seems like the Slayer have distracted finally, and they're not really tunnel visioning, so that's a good thing. But Renegade out the game, and they are going to be losing their lives for now.
Exactly, from the southern side, Renegades gets eliminated, and in that fight, Slayer comes victorious, but a nade has been thrown down from the side of Destroy, takes 1 player down from the sides of BE, and Gullybot also goes down. So this is a game that has taken its course straight away based just on utilities. 2 players taken down 1 by 1, and now is the time that all the 3 players from the sides of Team Qwerty, Wolverine, Destroy, Voltrux, they are trying to decimate any team, any player, and this is so obvious because the circle has taken a shift away from them, and if they have to make an entry, if they have to fight for that contestation of the compounds, they have to take some players, and they are taking it brilliant.
They're doing a brilliant job. Team Qwerty, Voltrux getting the knock for himself. NFPxSky not really finding himself in a comfortable spot there. Team Qwerty doing an incredible job up till now, holding the entire compound for themselves. Zipion, 2 knocks with a single grenade. And what a way to actually show your dominance inside the game. Bablu, seems like they've finally shown their presence in the game. All 3 players alive from the side of Bablu. But the utility uses from these lads is on another level. Portal Esports as well, kind of joining the fray here and there, getting a lot of knocks for themselves. STDX, on the other hand, still there, but Max kind of the Slayers. Seems like this time things are not really looking good for them. Team Prime is the one who has decided to challenge a fight against them. Sorry, it's actually Portal Esports. Nocto, but look at this. He's giving the extra bit of info for his teammates. Another nade locked in on their side as well. The Slayers not really looking good when it comes to the HP mark. ASAD Assad is barely surviving behind this rock. Finally, yes, kind of peeking out a little bit. His shoulder was spotted out from that rock. And that's going to be Joker. A little glimpse is going to be enough to take him out the game. Another fight happening in front of our eyes as Team Bablu trying to fight for their freedom. And it's going to be Portal Esports soon that they would be fighting up against. But STDX for now found themselves in a quite uncomfortable spot. And look at this. Johnny was on fire, so now he's on pretty much low HP. I don't really know what he was exactly trying to do there. He could have just challenged the fight straight up, but then Donnie decided to kind of prone down, which was really a questionable choice from the side of Donnie, and he has to pay the price for it.
Indeed, maybe he was just waiting for a cover fire from his backhand side from his teammate, and the cover fire indeed come at a time, but on the cost of him being taken down. Now is the situation when Team Qwerty from the northern side, still one player is on that foot as he needs the revival. He is on his knee, but it seems that Portal Esports 3 men strong from the southeastern side. They are trying to dominate the lobby. 2 players has been eliminated in all these fights from the sides of Team Bablu, but in this situation, one team that is looking strong from the southeastern side, and that is of Portal Esports. What they have to do is just not to overexpose themselves, because on the left hand side, one big name is there, that is of Team Bablu, and on the right hand side, one team that is also with a big canvas name in his name, and that is of Team Qwerty. So they are having a very good chance for this game for now.
It's the trifecta of death, as I like to call it. 2 best teams in the Pakistan region. Bablu down to a 2-man squad now. Team Qwerty seems like they have the higher chance of winning this game as well. Smoke wall being created from the side of Team Qwerty to kind of at least get the aggressive stance on the side of Portal Esports. And this is where things might be looking a little tricky on the side of Bablu as well, because Bablu is just down to a 2-man squad. That means Bablu do not really want to be the one to challenge the fight early off. Maybe they should hold off for a while and make sure Team Qwerty and Portal Esports are fighting against each other, and they can third party this entire situation. Destroyer on an aggressive stance this time, pushing in forward inside those smokes. But the smokes are going to be dissipating anytime soon. So Destroyer needs to make sure he has a decent amount of cover.
Exactly, the smoke will be dissipating, and that will be vanishing away in a moment or two, and then he will be maybe overexposing himself, and then he needs to seek out for those cover. But we have some ridges, we have those broken vehicles, but if you have to go towards those vehicles, one team that will be Portal Esports, will be waiting, but because he is holding a very good angle. 2 players, look at that, 2-1-1 split is what they are playing from the right hand side. They're trying to pincer the sides and the players from Qwerty Esports down, and Momtu on the left hand side, his areas and his vision is straight away onto the players of Team Bablu, but he goes down as Nocto has been taken down. Destroyer 2 goes down, and Portal Esports taking 2 fight. This can be a thing that can go against them.
This definitely can be a situation that can actually not really turn in their favor. I like how Team Qwerty is still holding off their horses. One last man is still surviving from Team Qwerty. Portal Esports coming out on top in that fight. Wolverine is still alive, decides to finally strike in. But I like how Joker is playing this as well. Joker has the exact position of Wolverine. Wolverine is still trying to find Joker where he is at. But Joker knows exactly where he is. And this is where kind of situation, circumstances favoring the land of Portal Esports. Joker spotted out by Wolverine finally. Position given away from his side as well. Team Qwerty situation is getting deeper and depth as much as possible. It's getting intense. Both these teams won that chicken dinner for themselves. Wolverine trying to spam positions here and there. The circle will be closing in just no time. It is closing in slowly and steadily. The Joker will need to make sure he's in the center for as long as possible. He will be forced by the circle in the center. Wolverine has a little bit of advantage inside this entire situation. Joker still trying to play it out safe as possible. Still playing the waiting game for himself. Wolverine waiting for Joker to step outside of cover. But it doesn't seem like this time Portal Esports is just going to let that happen. Wolverine is taking his time as well. And same goes with Joker. Boosting himself up to full. And it seems like now Joker is pretty much ready to heal himself as well if the situations or if the consequences are going to be turning that way. Portal Esports still playing this out pretty safe. Circle is closing its to its tiniest. And now this is where finally a fight will be breaking out anytime soon. At least one player from both of these will have to step outside their cover.
Man, exactly. This match has gone down to the wire. The ninth circle is already taking its course. 30-minute, close to 30-minute is what all we have been witnessing in this jam-packed, action-packed match. And I can already see Wolverine is not full boosted up. So this is a thing that can go against him. And Joker on the other side is all boosted up.
Joker is pretty much boosted. That means he's finally seems like he's going to be stepping out the cover, spamming here and there. One gun is out of bullets. Joker should watch out inside the situation. I'm pretty sure that Erangel is pumping at this point in time. Team Qwerty's trying their best, but it seems like Joker going to be stealing it away from Team Qwerty just like that. And it's going to be Portal Esports this time, taking the chicken dinner in their hands. And what an intense 1v1 battle. I feel like one of the best battles in this game are the 1v1 battles. And this is what we like to see, an intense 1v1 battle finally coming to an end. And it's going to be Portal Esports stealing it away from the lads of Team Qwerty. And wow, overall rank of #2 in the leaderboards, they are kind of getting close to Team Qwerty as well. Total points of 28, total kills of 13 in their hands. And then they have total damage of 2,450.
I mean, exactly. Big match straight away coming into the name of Portal Esports. A total of 13 kill is what they have been able to secure, and a 28 point. This will help them secure a good lead. If we talk about that leaderboard point, that will be soon flashing up on our TV screens and on our eyes. But 2450 is what the total damage, and that is a massive number.
Exactly, that's a massive number in itself. I mean, the overall way these lads have played, you know, Portal Esports, I really feel like in the end, how Joker waited patiently. Even though the zone was about to force him, he didn't really show any kind of panic situation, any kind of panic moments in there. But I feel like in those end kind of situation, Wolverine was definitely panicking. That's for sure. He was definitely panicking those end game situations. And we did see, you know, some kind of panic stances. He actually wanted to get inside the shack, but he bumped himself up in the wall of the shack, and he wasn't really able to go in, kind of miscalculating the door there. But still, kind of an unfortunate moment for Team Qwerty. They would have definitely gotten it if Wolverine just would have played it out a little bit more smartly, I guess. But still, good. You know, I still give them decent amount of points for the effort, but Portal Esports stole it away.
Exactly, Joker bringing to the fact that not only he took the 1v4 fight successfully, also he eliminated the two players from the sides of Team Bablu. And Team Bablu, obviously in the map of Miramar, they are humongous, they are monsters, as we say, because again and again we have seen them conquering this map of Miramar. But I like with the way you actually tried to mention that things could have done differently by the sides of Team Qwerty. But straight away, look at the most valuable player of this match, Portal Esports Joker. We have seen this player flourishing in the past in the qualifying round stage, and in the straight away second match of the day and the first day, 6 kills, 812 damage, a total of 2 assists, and a full survival time of 28 minutes and 16 seconds.
Exactly. Overall, decent stats coming out from Joker. I mean, of course, he deserves to be here in the MVP. You know,
Yeah.
He was the one who carried his team to success, and I feel like this is a well-deserved MVP spot for himself. Let's take a look at the top players from the previous game. While we have Joker as well on the board with 6 kills, then we have Nocto coming in with 4 kills and 1,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. When we take a look at the kills, we don't really see a lot in the kill department there. And we have Spark as well from STDX getting himself 3 kills, and then Vortex getting himself 3 kills as well. Pretty much kind of these top players have done an incredible job in the game. STDX, a team, isn't really able to secure a chicken dinner, but I still feel like they're doing decent.
Exactly, they are doing it decently, and they are playing it perfectly, because in the 2 matches that they have played, on an average they have secured a good total points, and not every time you get that chicken dinner, but still a close to 15 or 16 total points. Even if you are getting that much of total points, that will be helping you all in totality. And we just were mentioning 12 and 15 points, and 12 is the total points what STDX has secured. But Portal Esports with 13 kills, standing right there at the top in this match. they are on the first position from this match with a total of 28 points. Team Bablu, we were mentioning a comeback from their side, and we were expecting, we were preempting, and this is what they are offering you right now.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Overall, Bablu. I mean, in the match rank, Bablu were in the second place, and I mean as well. Again, proving themselves up, Bablu, that they are the kings of Miramar, but still kind of lacking in the kill department. There could have done a decent job, at least securing themselves 25 points overall. But still, Bablu wasn't really able to rack up a lot of kills there, but decently got themselves second position. I mean, Bablu did manage to get themselves some decent amount of kills, but I still feel like the name or the repetition that they have, they could have racked up a decent amount of more kills.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you are the king of Miramar, there are other teams that are looking to make an entry and to break your fort, and just because of that, maybe Team Bablu has faltered down, or maybe other teams have found the better half of themselves. But teams like RZx7E lost Esports, again a bad performance, a bad outing from their side. DES also missing a mark in this match with just a total of 2 points. So the next game of Erangel, we have seen Maximus capitalizing to its very best, making it to the best. Also, I would be waiting, not surprised if Freestyles will be making a good positioning, a total in the next map of Erangel.
Exactly. And now, the match rankings, you guys did see it. One thing I'm definitely kind of interested in seeing is going to be those overall ranks, but these are the Oppo F19 Pro moments. And let's refresh our memories with what exactly happened. These are kind of the flashbacks being shown from the side of Oppo F19 Pro moments, and I like to see these because I want to know what exactly happened in these kind of situations. There's still some moments when you're actually trying to cast in the heat of the moment, you kind of miss out. And I feel like these replays do an incredible job showing you how things went down. This is where kind of freestyle, challenged to fight against Arkadians. And as I did mention, Arkadians were kind of being pretty ignorant. They weren't really actually checking their corners here and there as well, because Renegades pushed in quite close, but then they decided to disengage. And still, Arkadians had no clue of Renegade's position.
Exactly, they didn't have any idea. But Portal Esports, the moment we look at that refreshing memories from the match, they earn more and more respect, because a moment back I saw, and obviously we just saw that the Stalwart Esports were just pinned in that small shack and they were eliminated. So all in all, Portal Esports have taken their fight brilliantly in this match of Miramar.
Exactly. And these are the overall rankings. Finally, Team Qwerty again on the top with 48 points. I mean, decent amount of points for themselves. But Portal Esports taking the place, stealing it away from Freestyle and getting that second place on their name. But Team Bablu is on a climb. Team Bablu is on the ladder of success soon. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting that kind of first place in their hand in no time.
Exactly, and as we move from 3 to 7 or maybe to 8, there is not much of point difference, and any game from any side in their name with a good total placement points and kill points can help shoot their numbers. And this is what the first page of the overall ranking offered us. But when we shift to the second half of the chart, also we don't see much of point difference, because the team that was on the 8th position had the same point, shedding the same point as the team at 9 and 10 with Team Prime and Renegades with 11 total points is.
Exactly. And Lost Esports again in the bottom. I mean, what exactly is going on with Lost Esports there? Maybe a little bit of, team, if you guys have a little bit of time out here, there's going to be a little break in between of the games as well. Maybe you try and talk to your teammates, try and figure out a strategy, try and figure out what's missing from your team, because you do have decent amount of, those break minutes as well for you. And I feel like that's pretty much enough as like a tactical timeout for you and your team to decide what to do in those upcoming games. Especially this upcoming game is going to be pretty important.
I mean, exactly, the second games, and obviously the 3 rest game for the day, the Erangel, the Sanhok and the Erangel. But as we just saw, the Renegades on the 10th position, the only team to secure a double-digit total kill in their name was Renegades. So Renegades have been aggressive, the same thing that they have been presenting in the past in the game of how a chicken dinner in your name helps you shoot up your number. Because before this match, Portal Esports were down there, I guess they were on the 4th or 5th, and just a chicken dinner in the name they are sitting at the second position, challenging the team Qwerty.
Exactly, that's for sure. Sitting in the second position, sorry, and pretty much, trying to challenge Qwerty as well. I mean, Portal Esports, I still feel like Mom2 is kind of missing here, I feel like we still need to see a Mom2's kind of glimpse there. I am eager to see it because in the past, Mom2 has been an incredible player from the side of Portal Esports, but I still feel like I'm somewhere down the line. Even though he's playing, I still feel like I'm missing him. So I want to see him in some action. I want to see some spotlight given to Mom2 as well, because he
Yeah.
definitely does deserve it.
Exactly, and Momtu talking about his contribution, we saw when Bablu was trying to make a push from the left hand side, he was the one sole-handedly, single-handedly, he was just trying to not allow the players to make an entry. And if that position at that time, that was a current situation for Portal Esports, because at that point, if more and more players could have been knocked down, things could have turned differently. And we know Team Qwerty was just waiting for that moment, but Momtu did pretty well in that situation, in that crunch moment. So yeah.
Mom2 definitely did pretty good in those kind of situations. And this is the diary, if you guys wonder, this is the diary that I keep all my things in written. And this has all the records of all the teams, how teams performed in the PMCC. And this is how I exactly know, where teams have, kind of on that lower curve or where teams have been on the upper curve. To keep all these track is definitely kind of an interesting thing to do. And I do love doing that. So with that being said, guys, second game has finally came to end. That means it's our time to take a break. So we'll be catching you guys right after this break.
Sure, the thing is, it's like a great opportunity for underdogs. तो काफी नए teams आए हैं. You do not see the usual elites in there. वो एक आधी teams है. So that's something new and that's a good opportunity for the underdogs out there.
Exactly. और I mean, जैसा आपने mention किया कि underdog teams जो हैं, जो नए players हैं, वो काफ़ी उभरते हुए हमको नज़र आए हैं. तो एक चीज़ और आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि क्या ज़्यादा मुश्किल फील होता है आपको बैटल के अंदर, बैटल ग्राउंड के अंदर, अंडरडॉग्स को फेस करना जिनके बारे में कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, या फिर एलीट टीम्स को फेस करना जिनसे आप बहुत लंबे अरसे से लड़ते हुए आए हैं?
Underdogs यही होगा, जैसे आपने कहा कि we've been fighting them for a long time, उनके खिलाफ आते रहे गेम में, तो you sometimes predict their strategies and stuff. Underdogs ये होता है, surprise element होता है. Most of the time they come with all that mad aggression or something new. They bring something new. So I'd say both, लेकिन underdogs, yeah.
कभी कभी स्कैरी लगते हैं, अचानक से टीम्स आपके ऊपर अग्रेसिवली पुश कर जाती है, you aren't able to read that stuff.
ऐसा होता है ना, unpredictable सा कभी कर लेते हैं, तो yeah.
I mean, that is always going to be fun and challenging for you guys in game, but एक और चीज़ मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि पोर्टल ई स्पोर्ट्स जैसे एक बड़े बैनर के अंदर आप परफॉर्म करते हैं, सो इज़ देयर एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रेशर दैट यू फेस? आई मीन अर्ली डेज में शायद फील होता होगा, बट आई थिंक नाउ यू हैव बीन प्लेइंग विद देम फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम.
Obviously वो प्रेशर थोड़ा बहुत तो होता है, लेकिन ये है कि as you said we've been playing from a long time under this banner, so with time it fades away.
And this is an advice for I think the younger players.
Advice यही होगा for the younger players कि take it one game at a time, focus on every single match. जो game के बाहर रहता है, forget about that, and just calm your nerves, just focus on that game. बाहर जो भी होता है उससे आप बिल्कुल cut off हो जाते हैं, तो once you're in the game, that's how it should be.
Exactly. Mental game भी strong रखना होता है mechanics के साथ. सर एक और चीज़, एक final चीज़ नॉक्टो आपसे चाहूँगा, एक मैसेज आपके फैंस, आपकी फैमिली के लिए जो ये इंटरव्यू देख रहे हैं.
To all my fans and everyone supporting me out there, thank you so much, and we'll try to make you all proud, inshallah.
Well, you have been making your fans and family proud for a long time, Nocta. Thank you so much for giving us your time as well, and good luck for your matches in the finals.
Thank you.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing,
Welcome back again, my favorite people of Pakistan, and how are you all doing? This is PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, Pakistan region, and you all know that it's sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. I don't need to elaborate much more on that. It's one of the best companies out there. Go check it out. But for now, you'll keep playing Flypath right in front of you guys, and Qwerty to Nova Pnoy. Finally, we're not late to the party. I mean, I would rather be pretty early than being late to the party, and here, this is the Flypath right here. I like how we directly went inside the game there as soon as they just showed us for the overall announcement and stuff. But now this is where the game engages finally, and we take a look at these kind of moments where TES again taking an early exit off the plane fly path. Hopefully they don't take an early exit off the game though.
Exactly, and with that, the Oppo F19 Pro power per game before we start and head towards the match is what all I have to say. And I was just mentioning the fact that TES dropping away to the area of Kamishki and Stalwart very sooner they dropped off, and maybe they have some different plan is what I can see from their side, because before we have seen them playing on the Gatka split area on the southern side of a mountain area, and this is a different strategy because the flight path was straight away dominating on the western eastern half of the circle, so that doesn't allow the players and the teams to drive and glide towards the area of Gatka, and just because of that they have the secondary location set up. But rest of the teams, they look comfortable. RNG also, we have seen them dropping towards the area on the southern side of Yasnaya Polyana. And now is the time that they have gone and might be possessing the challenge, because the circle has again taken a eastern shift. In the last match of Erangel, we saw circle a western eastern shift, but still it was on the northern side. But this time, close to 90% of the total area of military base is in the circle.
Exactly. And I really feel like this is going to be a shelter circle this time, you know? I mean, I've seen these kind of circles in the past as well. And usually pans out in the either the prison area or the shelter. But I mean, if it goes towards the left side, then it's definitely going to be kind of an interesting affair overall. With Stalwart Esports as well, going towards the Sanhok military base. There's one more team in the military island overall. And I want to see how they get out of this kind of tricky situation, because there's two teams kind of holding off the bridge lines, and even on the left side there's freestyle holding it off. So the teams that are inside the military island overall, I feel like they're kind of stuck.
Exactly, but I can already see, just because the flight path is dominating on the eastern side, TES and team like Team Xquetta have altered their drop location. That means more and more challenges will be faced by all the teams that are on the eastern side of the circle. But as you were mentioning, Stalwart Esports realizing the fact that they might be bridge camped, or maybe they are knowing that in the last game RZx was a team that were challenging them in the area of military base. They have made an early sort of rotation. Maybe they have completed that early loot or just like that. And because of that, we are seeing a rotation in the very third minute of the game from their side. But one team, Maximus, I have a very high expectation from their team. Two match has not been a good sort of thing that have gone in their name, in their fame. And this is a game that they might be looking to maximize and be in the groove.
Exactly. Be in the groove. This is what you said. Maximus, though, is one of the teams that does like to be in the groove, and we have seen in the past. Freestyle getting spotted out by Maximus there. None of the shots being taken. I feel like in such kind of early game, it doesn't really matter even if you like fire a little bit of shots here and there. It's fine, because the teams do not really want to challenge a fight early off. So even if you do take kind of shots in those early game situations, especially when you do have your teammates close to you, I really feel like it's not really a big issue there. But in situations like these, you want to make sure you're being as silent as possible. You want to be a ninja in a situation like these, as we have Prime Smart. I feel like he's the smartest player in the entire Prime squad, but here comes the backup from the side of Lost Esports. And I feel like Prime Smart has fallen all by himself. He doesn't have any friends anymore. I really want his teammates to come back to him and kind of provide him that extra bit of backup, that essential backup that he needs, because the entire squad of Lost Esports is right in his front lines, and Team Prime do have the caliber to take him out the game.
I mean, exactly. Team Prime standing on that ninth position with total of 11 points, sharing the points equal to Renegades. And this can be a close range fight if we talk about that, because on the backhand sides, two players are still there, but is that the distance less that they can take the players down from the sides of Lost Esports, taking the fact in the mind that all the players have just the rudimentary loots. But now is the time that the players from Lost Esports have realized the fact, and they are now going in, charging in before the first knock of the match has already come in into the favor of Team Prime. And now Smart, with that smart maneuver out of that house, he has positioned himself in a different position, and one by one the players from the sides of Lost Esports are being taken down. And it seems that the only player surviving from the sides of Lost Esports closer towards the area of Shack Unknown, and all he can do from here is to run and run away.
That's for sure. I like how Smart was actually repositioning himself the whole time in that fight. And Lost Esports kind of misjudging their places as well. And Prime is there. As I did mention, they have the caliber to eliminate out the game, eliminate a team like Lost Esports out the game, and which is understandable. Now we have seen the live demonstration as well. And look at this, barely staying alive. Whew, you are a lucky man to stay alive there. I mean, he's pretty lucky that he did not get spotted out by the side of Prime there. This time, if he does, I'm pretty sure Prime's going to be stopping and challenging the fight without a doubt.
They will be, but it seems that they are prioritizing their rotation. After all, it becomes important in these sorts of circle, because you just cannot linger and lurk all in all in that open space. And just because of that, we are seeing them closing towards the area of mansion and these compounds that are offered. And Team Prime, the team that has an average damage of 753 total, that is a massive number if we talk about that situation. On the 7th position, a total of 11 kills. That means the team knows how to take the fights. All they just need to do is to just have that controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression. Still, I mean, kind of the overall standings that are looking like on the right side of your screen, lads. And Portal Esports is kind of a team that has been doing an incredible job. Found themselves in the 2nd place. Freestyle not really far behind. I still remember when these all PMCC started, Freestyle wasn't really looking in their prime there. But then slowly and steadily, they just started, improving their game. And now it seems like they have found themselves that prime spot, that sweet tuning for themselves. And now they're doing an incredible job keeping themselves up. Maximus, on the other hand, is a team that we have seen as well in the past. They do have the caliber to take the game. They do have the caliber to be the leaders of the leaderboard. But again, it takes quite a lot. And the teams like Team Qwerty is not going to let them just steal away that easily.
But I'm actually surprised, because Stalwart Esports, they are still on that military base island. Maybe the IGL has given the call that the circle might come close to the area of a military base or so. And this is the only probable reason I can pick off, because Stalwart Esports, the players already had the loot, and in the very 4th minute, we just noticed them making a rotation. And at that point, RZx7E were there still on the area of Novorupnoi. But now, when RZ's players have crossed that military bridge, things can get trickier for the players of Stalwart Esports, only if the circle goes away from them.
That's for sure. The drastic circle shift is what we all are afraid of. But airdrop one finally on the board. It's going to be the AWM gracing the lands with his presence, and AWM has finally made its mark, as we have some kills flying in the kill feed as well. Interesting turn of affair, finally we see some kills going down here and there. And this is what we like to see. RZx7E is the squad that's kind of instilling fear, instilling pressure on the lads of Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports are on a massive run here.
Exactly, Stalwart Esports realizing situation that they just need to back off, and this is a thing that I like most from these players. But where would they back off? Because the circle, it seems that the circle will be taking a course away from them, and all what they have to make a rotation, if they have to be on the land side, is that bridge that connects that upper island and that Novorupnoi city. So it will be a tricky situation, because Stalwart Esports, I expected them to make a rotation. Dante in that water body, maybe he's surviving because Boss is trying to give a cover fire from his backhand side, but R7 Esports will be just waiting, and Stalwart Esports, they just need to find another option.
Need to find another option. R7 Esports still trying to spot anyone out. They do know there's someone in the water, but still they were not really able to find him, so now decided to kind of back out. But the guy who is swimming inside the water, he will find himself a decent amount of safe spot, and he will make it across the bridge as well. As Tyrant from Freestyle kind of opening the fray up with that Mosin, cracking someone's skull open, and observers are still kind of missing the fray there.
Exactly, and it becomes actually trickier because lots and lots of fight starts erupting as a circle, and the game takes its course, and it becomes more important and bit difficult to keep track of it. But I would love to see some of the more skull cracking shot, as you just mentioned. Who doesn't love to see those arms and those Car 98 shots straight on the head?
It was actually a Mosin that was shot in that fire there. RZx7E Esports, again, Portal Esport is there in their front lines. A little bit of shots being taken on them. Boss is the man kind of hiding behind that little window. And RZx7E, again, a squad. I mean, they don't really have a good compound. They don't really have good cover. All they have for themselves is the ridge next to the water side, which is not really looking good for them. They're kind of out in the open. Only Hacker is the man who has found himself in the position, but he doesn't really have the last from Portal Esports in his line of sight.
Exactly, holding that that compound, that gas station is what they are trying to pinch them down, and these teams know when to take fight and when not to take, and because of that we have seen not over aggressing on their side, but Shazam will fall prey to the players of Teen Wolf. And again, we have seen again and again Teen Wolf from the sides of Team Bablu creates the opening, the much needed opening, and they have got them. Now is the time that after that rotation, after that looting up those crates, they will be going and sitting easily maybe to a compound closer to that side.
Rotations happening here and there. Bablu is the team that has finally found himself a good spot for now for hiding. One thing I definitely like from the side of Bablu is that they don't really have a lot of casualties on their name. So for now, they're looking pretty decent in their own spot, which is understandable. Finally, a push being made from the side of Stalwart Esports. One player taking out the game. RZx7E realized Stalwart is on a hot pursuit, and they need to make sure Stalwart is staying on their knees.
Exactly, but they have to be very much cautious because the moment RZx7E Esports will be taking a fight towards the players of Stalwart Esports, Portal Esports on the backhand side have the sound cue, and we just saw the players from RZ Esports taking some damages from the sides of Portal Esports. That means the players from the sides of Portal Esports might be getting some of the shots in retaliatory fire if they do so, but Stalwart Esports players just trying to fall back and trying to make a different decision because RZx7E Esports won't be allowing any single player. We just saw a player named Cairo being pinned down, and now is the time that if any player aggresses in the same direction, he will also be taken down.
Point laser precision sprays there. Not really able to connect any shots on the player though. Unfortunate sight to witness. While Maximus again kind of instilling fear on their enemy lines here and there, and it seems like one nade kill has been found on the lads of Portal Esports. This fight is happening somewhere all the way aside on the other half of the map. Portal Esports taking a little bit of casualties here and there. Joker as well taken down and doing the same thing, and that's going to be Maximus eliminating out the entire squad of Portal Esports, the winners of the previous game. This time getting eliminated in the first place, and we missed the whole fight in this kind of scenarios, and I really feel kind of bad for it because they were the winners of the previous game and we missed the whole fight.
I mean, exactly. They were the players that were pinching them down, the players of RZx7E Esports, and never in the imagination, I imagine that Portal Esports would get eliminated this sooner. But this is what this game, the randomness offers you. And I just saw Fadi's name being flashed again and again in that kill feed. That means he might have secured close to 2 or more than that 2 kills. We have to still wait for that. But some other fights are also erupting on that same area, and it seems that Arkadians might be finding themselves against the players, but one more team is also going head to head against the players of Freestyles, and that is of STDX. STDX in the last 2 matches had a very decent and has secured a very good average if we talk about this, and they might be looking up to fight and the challenge that Freestyles might be possessing them.
Exactly. Freestyle might be there And Freestyle is still trying to spot out anyone. STDX in the clotheslines. And while we have STDX as well, trying to scout out these nearby enemy sites, there's still one man. It's going to be Siru kind of trying to look out in the compounds left and right there. UAG is there in the left. UAG is the squad of Maximus. It is not R7ZE squad. It is the Maximus squad.
Exactly.
And now, here is the airdrop 3 on the board. It's going to be the M249 with 100 meg. I mean, we do know what is it capable of doing, especially in situations where Circle is in a no man's land and you want to make the rotations inside the vehicle. It just decimates and shreds the vehicle down.
I mean, exactly. We just saw Portal Esports being eliminated by the sides of Maximus and RZ. They were still holding that that gas station. So for those reasons, RZ were contesting that compound. All in all, we just saw Maximus eliminating the Portal Esports. But I never imagined, I just didn't think of that, how Portal Esports get eliminated, because they were looking strong. They had that 4-man advantage. All I could imagine is that they might have gone for that blind push straight onto the face of Maximus. And we were talking about this situation in the last match, that Maximus might be making a comeback, and they have blown their whistle.
Their cover has been blown. Freestyle still kind of do know there's a lot of ruckus being caused in their front lines. There's just so much movement off their enemy lines. Brawls happening here and there. Arkadians as well taking a fall. One man has been knocked out from the side of Arkadians as well. STDX, while RZx7E again taking a little bit of shots here and there. One player taken out from their squad. Arkadians spotting out the players of Renegades. One man taken down by KMO there, but needs to get the res in on the Gambler. Not really going to be a massive or tricky spot. Renegades, though, kind of separated out from that one man who has been taken out. So I feel like going for a res wouldn't really be a good choice.
And yes, JD will soon bleed off, and the kill might go into the name of Arkadians unless any player steals that kill. But no, the kill will go into the name of Arkadians. And all these fights were happening on the eastern half of the circle, where most of the teams have to go into the zone. But look at this team, Bablu, from the northern edge of the circle, trying to dominate, and they are up against the players of Team Qwerty, and this can be an even fight. But still, Maximus holding that barn house that is close towards the shore areas. They have the slightest of the idea that some team might be rotating from that shorelines area, and just because of that, we were seeing that crosshair were being hovered onto the same area.
Another 5 panning out. RTG, one man taken down there. Hitman still looking pretty bad in his position there. They need to get the res onto Hitman. Things are still pretty tricky for him. Getting a res onto Hitman is definitely not going to be that easy of a task, especially if you're challenging a fight against a team like Bablu. And yes, the kill has finally been finished. And there's just nothing much Dante can do in this initial spot. The last man alive from this entire squad. RZx7E are pinned down behind that little vehicle, and I'm pretty sure in no time Dante will be eliminated out the game as well. He's taken a lot of shots here and there. Bablu, they did kind of find the tag that they needed for. Now Dante is pretty much locked behind that vehicle. A little bit of misjudged grenade there, and Teen Wolf again throwing another one, trying to find its mark. Maybe this one will make it. Let's see. It's pretty close. Not quite there yet. So Dante for now has been kind of, graced by the gods, and he will be staying alive for a while.
Anyhow, he is living on the edge. But for how long? As the players from Team Bablu are just not feeling satiated with the way Dante is still surviving. But a push is going from the sides of Team Bablu, and obviously the cover fire will come into the right time. But they have to be very much cautious, because on the left-hand side, I can already see Team Slayers are being present. So they must be having all the sound skew. But still, Dante, full credits must be given to the guy, that the way he has been able to survive, and it seems that now he has positioned and repositioned himself up, and this is a position that Team Bablu has no idea of. A well-cooked nade can turn things differently, but the nade is on a different direction.
He's not really finding its mark. Bablu still looking pretty dominant in the game. Dante repositioned himself, does realize this is where he finds the right moment to strike, strikes in. Two players kind of down to low HP on the side of Bablu. Pika and Danny almost took a fall there. Pretty lucky to stay alive, but look at this kind of rumpus being caused. Another brawl happening, and just straight up running in that compound. And Renegades just falling apart just like that. Mullik What a heroic entry, just ran a player over.
But that indeed was a small shack, and the way freestyles were just trying to make a slam in, they were just looking too aggressive. And it is good if you are aggressive, and points are obviously allotted to you until unless you are being punished. But now, when the moment they are just trying to be aggressive, Team Qwerty is making pay a very hefty price just because of that.
Even Maximus is right on their right lines, playing on the shores, playing on the edges of the water there. Maximus wants to find at least one kill from the freestyle squad as well. But freestyle kind of positioned themselves in a pretty unfortunate spot. Now they've found themselves in a pretty tricky place. While on the other hand, Xquetta doing an incredible job staying alive for now. And Boneless firing shots here and there. Did see the vehicle incoming right below him. Ooh. And that nade seems like it's going to be pretty merciless. Just blows his skull away. And NFPxSky has found the right moment to push in. 2 players knocked out from the side of Team Xquetta. And this is where they do want to push in as well, but the res is finally being made from the side of Team Xquetta as well. So pushing in isn't really going to be a good choice. Maximus challenging the fight head-to-head against the lads of freestyle. One last man surviving from their side as well. Maximus needs to be a little cautious, needs to be a little careful, because freestyle has 2 players alive, and Maximus is down to just a 2-man squad as well. It's a 2-on-2 affair for now. Freestyle will get the resin on one of their players, and so does Maximus as well. But Bablu getting eliminated off early again, and seems like something is missing on the last of Bablu. Take a look at Respect. Try to create a flank angle, was read like a book.
Exactly, Malik is still surviving from his side. Respect is on its knee. A nade has done the damage that Maximus were really looking up forward to, but he will soon be eliminated. Look at the number of smokes that has been placed in the same position, that has been deployed, and 3 players from the sides of Maximus is not able to pick the single player that is very close to him. And now is the time that the players from Maximus that he was very close to him will be revealing the location from the same side. And yes, it will be a demise for the sides of freestyles, and Maximus 10 kills already onto the name, emerging victorious, but it seems that they have lost a huge amount of time and also given a lot of sound fuel as they have to make an entry into the zone.
Look at this, NFP again pressuring the lads here. They're not really letting them go away that easily. Xquetta found themselves in such a tricky spot. 2v1 situation. Still do have a little bit of advantage in this spot, fight here, because they're kind of getting spot off guard. And what a turnaround! I'm pretty sure this is where NFPxSky found themselves in such a bad spot. And Muqaddar, those reactions are just some lightning speed ones. What a way to take him out, and what a style.
Indeed it was, and with that we are down to 16 and 14 players still alive. Maximus being pinched down by the players of Team Qwerty. Voltrux takes 1 knock and Psycho goes down. Now it is all up to the shoulders of Hussey, but he will also be taken down, and this means that Maximus gets eliminated at the 6th spot with total of 14 kills. So this is a big number. Now is the time that the players from the Slayers, Asad has been spotted down. He is out in the open, and all he just needs to do is to buy some time and just hope that Team Qwerty gets distracted, else he won't be given any sort of respite.
Won't be given that for sure. Team Prime on the left side, Xquetta still trying to play this out pretty safe. Cutter kind of looking here and there. Arsalan, I feel like he's kind of overextending himself. Make sure you're not overexposing your bodies to situations like these. The top 4 teams alive with 10 men in total, and TES is quite close to the lads of Team Qwerty. And it seems like Wolverine is well aware of that situation. Wrecker is the last man alive from that squad, and this nade might just be pretty close. Yes, it was, but didn't deal enough damage to take him out of the game.
But I'm surprised with the way Team Qwerty is handling the zone again and again. I have seen Team Qwerty in the same compound holding the same area for the last 3 circles. That means their circle prediction has been spot on for now. And that obviously helps you not only to secure the number advantage and also not let lose with any of those teams. But still, 11 kills is all what they have secured, and they have still 6 more opportunities in front of them.
Aggression shown from the lads of Qwerty. Whew, 1 shot, and this is what I like to see. The MK being used, the MK14 being used in such kind of close ranges there. Your drop weapon showing its presence did so much damage in no matter of time. Team Xquetta do realize the depth of the situation, trying to be as fast as possible to make the rotations inside the circle. Rounding out in the open, just has a little treat, but that nade is going to be sliding right next to him, and it's going to be dealing the damage as Voltrix is a man with those utilities precision. It seems like this time he has found himself in a prime time. This is Voltrix's prime time, and you do not want to challenge him, especially in situations like these. Prime as well, kind of giving their position away. Voltrix seems like he's pretty much well aware of where each and every single player is.
When exactly, look at the way he just spotted the Mujrim from the sides of Team Prime. That is spot on. Brilliant play coming from the sides of Team Qwerty, and just because of that, back-to-back 2 games are already on his name, and it seems that in this game also, they are the first contender to secure that chicken dinner already onto the name. A slam in from the sides of Team Xquetta gets eliminated, and now it's a 1v4 affair against the name of Team Prime, and it seems that they are pretty much done.
This is probably the PMPL experience. This team has went to PMPL, and yes, final man falling down. Team Prime as well taking an exit from the game, and Team Qwerty taking that game in their hand and what a way to close things out.
Exactly, 2977, a total of damage, a massive number if you have to talk about that, a total of 16 kills. So Team Qwerty, that was with a 15 total kills and close to 2600 of total damage, is now not only increasing with the total points, is also trying to dominate the total kill tally and the total damage tally, Necro.
Exactly, 31 points for themselves with 16 kills secured overall. And what a way to close that previous game out. I mean, dominating performance. This is what we expect from a squad like Qwerty. But I still feel like we're missing Bablu here. I mean, Bablu is, of course, like one of the old squad, one of the OGs from the Pakistan. And still, they're not really able to, show their prime spot. But I still feel like there are some other teams who are trying their best to fill that void up.
Exactly, we were mentioning the fact that Maximus will be making a comeback after 2 failures in the 2 matches, the Erangel and the Miramar. It was a time of again Erangel, and they did show up some good performance. Also, Team Prime, Mujrim, the last player surviving, he did that survival instincts. And so all in all, if we see the match all in all in the perspective, Team Qwerty is playing in different league and rest of the players are in different leagues. So 2 different types of gameplay we are witnessing right now.
Exactly, 2 different types of gameplay, as you did mention that. And I mean, it's like, of course, each and every single team, do have their, unique style of playing the game. And Voltrix, again, the MVP. I mean, wow, this man seems this time he's pretty much unstoppable. Today is Voltrix's day, and it seems like he came prepared pretty much to dominate the entire PMCC battleground.
They have started the praise where they just left in the semifinals, and this is a thing that has not come by fluke, because again and again they are repeating the way history repeats in itself. Destroy, Voltrix, Wolverine joining in the top 4 players in the list of a match. So this is why they are on the top.
Exactly, this is why they're on the top. Again, top players, Destroyer. I still feel like Destroyer, man, I still feel like Destroyer is one of the best fraggers that Team Qwerty has to offer. And Voltrix as well is there in his overall good spot. And then we have Wolverine kind of giving that support role for his team and doing an incredible job in that as well. 700 damage just down from that man. This provides how much support he's providing his team is from the backlines. Future Freestyle is there as well in the overall top boards as well. Yeah. But still, Team Qwerty's squad was pretty much there. We were just missing Khan there.
Exactly, Khan again being not in the same frame. But on the second half of the chart, if we have a look at that same spot, Renegades again faltering down. STDX, after 2 good games, it was a time when they had faltered down. NFPxSky Esports also being eliminated. But I just want Arkadians to join the frame, and I still don't understand why Lost Esports again and again 3 successive failures for them.
3 successive failures. Oh, I like how I put it up there. It's like a successive failure. It's just kind of a salt, just kind of pinch of salt being thrown from the side of Unkit on the injury on these teams, and I'm pretty sure they would want to rack their gameplays up, and maybe try and show Unkit that we are one of the pro teams.
I just want them actually. Maybe after these things, maybe they would try to shine themselves up, because at least you need 1 game in your name, in your fame. And there were some situations where Lost East would look good, but I just don't understand when they are faltering down.
It's pretty much understandable. I mean, these are the 0.19 Pro moments over here right in front of us. And about this, in the end, that nade was just so precise and precisely shown from their side as well. Nade's lopped in. I like how Team Qwerty played that out pretty much safe. Even though they knew one last man is alive, they did not just straight up push in. They took their odds, used the utilities, and took him down. This is what means that you are not really being overconfident, even though you are leading the top boards. And I feel like overall up till now, Team Qwerty has gained a massive lead, and they have boosted themselves up quite high on those leaderboards. Qwerty Esports still in the second, Freestyle still in the third. Nothing really much changed on the bottom half.
I mean, exactly. This is what Team Qwerty did in that semi-finals round. Now is the time that they have, in just 3 matches, they have secured a total lead of 49 points, and that is massive. If we talk about just in 3 matches, 2 matches are still left for the day. So same thing again and again being replicated from the sides of Team Qwerty. Look at that, their team lineup. If we have to see Khan, Voltrux, Wolverine, and Destroyer, a total of 2798 damage in just 3 matches. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal, and also bringing to the fact that this man has that second highest average survival stats if we talk about the total team in totality.
That's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, they have been doing pretty much great job. Team Qwerty, this is the entire lineup. And Khan again. I mean, I feel like Khan is still like kind of the aggressor in the side of Team Qwerty. Maybe I feel like Khan should try and utilize some different role in the team as well. Maybe try and play in the back sometimes. Because when I've seen most of the times, you know, Khan pushes in, and most of the times, I mean, he does lose out on those battles because it's just like a situation where your teammates are not really next to you and you're the only one approaching the fights. And of course, when you're going to be approaching, it's going to be pretty much a full squad right in the front lines. Maybe, you know, try and play it out a little safe, try and play it out with the supporter. And you being an IGL, you are the most important link of the team. And it seems like our producer is giving a call for a break. So we're going to be heading towards the break. This was the 3rd game done. Pretty much 2 much more games coming in. These are going to be action-packed and fun, and I'm pretty sure you do not want to miss out on them.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? स्वागत है आप सभी का PUBG मोबाइल कैंपस चैंपियनशिप 2021 के पाकिस्तान रीजन इंटरव्यूज में। और इस बार इंटरव्यू में हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं टीम आर्केडियन से KMD। कैसे हैं आप? हाउ आर यू डूइंग?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक।
वेल ऑलराइट, ये मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि आप बहुत बढ़िया होंगे क्योंकि आपकी टीम का परफॉर्मेंस भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़िया था सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर, और ख़ास तौर से मिडल ऑफ द डे में। तो उसके अराउंड मेरे कुछ सवाल रहेंगे आपसे। लाइक डे 3 पे यू वर ऑन द 25th, डे 4 पे 8th पोजीशन पे जंप कैसे?
इसके अंदर तो मेन आपको मैं यही बताऊंगा कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो हमारा इस चीज़ के अंदर कंट्रीब्यूशन था वो हमारे IGL का था, ARK केजान। उसका बहुत बड़ा रोल है इसके अंदर। द रोटेशंस एंड जिस तरीके से उसने हमें वो गेम खिलवाई है, ये सारे मैचेस द लास्ट डे, दैट वाज वेरी इसके अंदर वेरी एप्रिशिएटेड।
और आई मीन बहुत बढ़िया गेम प्ले था जिस तरह से आप लोगों ने जंप ली थी स्टैंडिंग्स के अंदर और एक सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन अपने लिए गेन किया था, दैट गॉट यू टू द फाइनल्स। और उसी चीज़ पे एक और चीज़ मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जो आपका एक्सपीरियंस है, क्योंकि आर्केडियंस काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से पाकिस्तान के Tier 1 सर्किट के अंदर कम्पीट कर रही है। सो डज दैट एक्सपीरियंस हेल्प यू अचीव सच सॉर्ट ऑफ परफॉर्मेंसेस की अगर आपका एक दिन ख़राब भी जाता है आप रिकवरी काफ़ी आराम से कर लेते हो? एक्सपीरियंस उस चीज़ में हेल्प करता है आपकी?
जी ऑफ कोर्स, एक्सपीरियंस काफ़ी बड़ा रोल प्ले करता है इन चीज़ के अंदर। और सीधी सी बात है, एक्सपीरियंस काफ़ी बड़ा। इट्स लाइक हम 2019 से ये टीम बनी हुई है हमारी। 2020 स्प्रिंग स्प्लिट हमने खेला था सबसे पहले एक साथ, एंड देन तब से लेके अभी तक हम लाइक एक साथ खेल रहे हैं। और जो ज़्यादा मेरे ख्याल से सबसे ज़्यादा चीज़ यही एक्सपीरियंस मैटर करता है वाइल यू प्लेइंग द गेम। सो आई गेस ये या हमें बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होता है एक न्यू टीम्स के ऊपर। और अगर हमारा 1-2 दिन पूरा भी चला जाता है तो दैट्स नॉट अ बिग।
या वो मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ आप लोगों ने बिल्डअप करी इतने लंबे समय से साथ में खेल के। और अगर इस जर्नी की बात करें तो आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि एमडी की आपकी जर्नी की शुरुआत किस तरह से हुई थी कम्पिटिटिव सीन में?
क्लासिक से मैंने मेन गेम शुरू की थी इन सीजन 2। क्लासिक से मैंने मेन गेम शुरू की थी इन सीजन 2। सो उसके बाद आहिस्ता हम कुछ दोस्त थे जो साथ खेलते थे। सो हमें नहीं था पता इतना कॉम्पिटिटिव के बारे में। पाकिस्तान में आपको पता है वैसे भी ये चीज़ काफ़ी लेट आई है। सो हमने ये जो कॉम्पिटिटिव था ये हमने कस्टम रूम्स पहले ज्वाइन से, तब दैट वाज फर्स्ट टाइम वी वर प्लेइंग द कॉम्पिटिटिव।
और एक और चीज़ आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि उन अर्ली डेज़ के अंदर या फिर मिडल ऑफ द जर्नी भी सपोर्ट किस तरह से मिलता था आपको फैमिली की तरफ से? वॉज योर फैमिली सपोर्टिंग यू इन दिस जर्नी ऑफ योर्स?
जी एक यही है जो मेरा सबसे बड़ा स्ट्रगल था कि मुझे मेरी फैमिली ने कभी सपोर्ट नहीं किया इस चीज़ के अंदर। कभी भी नहीं किया। इट्स लाइक कि मैं उनके अगेंस्ट आके गेम खेलता रहा हूँ और स्टिल अभी इट्स माय लाइक फर्स्ट स्टेप कि मैं सक्सेस की तरफ जा रहा हूँ।
और आई मीन ये जर्नी भी आपकी काफ़ी ज़्यादा लंबी है सक्सेस की तरफ। जैसा आपने मेंशन किया फर्स्ट स्टेप है कैंपस चैंपियनशिप फाइनल्स, उसके बाद होपफुली इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे हमको आपकी स्क्वाड जो है वो नज़र आया आर्केडियंस की, वहाँ पे भी आप सक्सेसफुल हो। लेकिन फाइनल्स की चलिए सबसे पहले बात करते हैं। फाइनल्स के लिए आपकी कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी अपनी टीम के साथ कि इस तरह से हमको ट्रॉफी हासिल करनी है?
फाइनल्स की मेन स्ट्रेटजी मैं आपके साथ डिस्कस नहीं करूँगा। टिल इट्स लाइक हमने काफ़ी चीज़ें डिस्कस की हुई हैं इस बारे में एंड वी आर स्टिल वर्किंग ऑन दैट।
टॉप सीक्रेट इन्फॉर्मेशन फाइनल्स की स्ट्रैटेजीज फाइनल्स में दिखानी है। लेकिन चलिए एक सवाल मेरा रहेगा कि ऐसी कोई टीम्स जो आपको लगता है कि आर्केडियंस के लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज क्रिएट कर सकती हैं आर्केडियंस के ट्रॉफी जीतने में?
या 3-4 टीम्स हैं उन्हें मैं मेंशन करूँगा। एक टीम बबलू है, एक टीम क्वेर्टी है जो पहले F4 थी, एंड NFP है एंड फ्रीस्टाइल।
टॉप कंटेंडर्स, तो टॉप के लिए आई मीन टॉप कंटेंडर्स को बीट करना काफ़ी ऑब्वियस चीज़ रहेगी। एंड इसी के साथ KMD एक आखिरी सवाल मेरा रहेगा, कोई मैसेज जो आप अपने फैंस तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं इस इंटरव्यू के थ्रू?
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा था कि अगर इफ़ यू वांट टू प्ले द कॉम्पिटिटिव डटे रहो एंड लाइक कुछ टाइम आपको स्ट्रगल करना पड़ेगा, बट एक टाइम इस तरह का आता है कि आप यू कैन लाइक अचीव समथिंग। और जब आप एक स्टेप भी इसमें अचीव कर लेते हो तो फिर आप सक्सेस की तरफ जाते हो।
जस्ट कीप मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, स्ट्रगल्स आते रहेंगे बट यू हैव टू कीप मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। बहुत ही बढ़िया मैसेज था KMD आपका। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग अस योर टाइम एंड गुड लक विद योर मैचेस इन द फाइनल्स।
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. You got a good thing going. You got a good thing going on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite people who are watching, who are viewing this tournament. This is PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro, and welcome back. Hope you had an amazing 5-minute break there. Hope you got yourself hydrated up, and now this is what we are ready for, another game of Sanhok. This is what we want to see here. While we still have Lost Esports going towards Hudson area, as always. I mean, even in the semifinals, they were going at the same places. And now it seems like, again, this is going to be a map of chaos as it's Sanhok. Ace.
Indeed, it will be, and I'm hopeful for that. And as you just mentioned, one team going towards that area of Hatin, and that is of Lost Esports. Circle taking its turn, and the same turn that we have been witnessing in that course of semifinals. Camp Bravo close to 80% of the total area being secured. But what I'm witnessing is an early fight in that area where Arkadians Gambler is one-on-one fight against the players of Stalwart Esports. Caro eventually, without losing any single HP, takes one player down with the help of the rest of the players. He will be securing the kills, and well, in the area of boot camp, two teams are already there. Team Xquetta up against the big names of the Qwerty.
Some early affair in the game. We did see those in the past. And now as well. It's kind of interesting to see those kind of early affairs going down. Team Qwerty as well. Kind of just moving around here and there. And as I did mention, this is kind of a massive change of pace. And this is the only Sanhok map you're going to be seeing in this entire tournament. After this, it's going to be the last match being played on the map of Erangel. So, I mean, Sanhok, this is the only map. This is kind of a 4x4 map. Smaller version than all these maps that we've seen in the past. And kind of now team will need to readjust their strategies. Kind of a change in the mentality as well. Maybe we can see a new team just coming out on top in this game.
I mean, exactly. Whenever these maps come, a new name has popped up every time these maps are played. Look at that flank angle that has been created. Arsalan making that flank angle, and a close to L formation is what I'm able to see from the sides of Team Xquetta, just trying to envelop the players from the sides of Team Qwerty. And also, Arsalan maybe has just called and asked for that backup, that if he gets the knock, they might go for the slam in, and just because of that, we are seeing some rotation from repositioning from the from the sides of Team Xquetta. For now, it's a stalemate situation, a deadlock. I would really expect a fight to erupt as soon as possible.
Exactly. The fight will be erupting anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, overall, you know, in these games, you know, it's just things have just been so intense. And I feel like we all, with the viewers, should actually calm down and, you know, just have some normal conversation. So how are you all viewers doing? I hope everything's going out great for you guys. I mean, overall, you guys in the chat can show your love for the teams, you know, just spam those hearts going in. Show which team are you actually supporting, which is your favorite player. Let me know, because I will be taking a glance at it.
Exactly, just viewers, start spamming your hearts for them and keep supporting your team, whichever teams you like. You have that overall standing in your on your TV screen on the right hand side, and we can already see Team Qwerty with that massive lead of 79 points, and this is the same thing that they have been doing in the past in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals, that all they do is to secure that lead all in all. And this game also, they might be looking to secure that lead, and already we can see close to 49 points, 50 points, and that is a big number.
Exactly. I mean, that is definitely a massive number in itself, you know, without a doubt. And I mean, we still kind of have, you know, things kind of going here and there. I mean, especially, you know, Ankit, I want to know, which is your favorite team? You can only go for one team, and which is your favorite player overall as well.
So if we talk about the Team Qwerty has been has been a top-notch performance and has impressed me a lot. But apart from this big very name, I really want Renegades to show up the performance, because they have been
I'm
playing
asking
decently
which is
well.
your favorite team. I'm asking which is your favorite team in these like entire finals over here that are going on. Which is your favorite team, or which is the team that you actually want to see? Like,
I really
just
want
do
Team
really
Prime
good?
to go up and up.
You want Team Prime, so basically Team Prime is like your favorite team, and that you're opting out for. Well, I mean,
Exactly.
since I mean, if people remember, you know, if people have been here since the PMPO days, I have been always supporting Team Qwerty since a long time, and I just feel like they have to caliber, maybe a little bit of work around it can do it for them, and I feel like now it can definitely do it as a Team Qwerty. You know, kind of Voltrix getting knocked out, Khan is there in the close lines as well, and well, that's a quick shot coming out from the side of Team Qwerty. Maximus kind of getting themselves one knockout, but Maximus cannot really make the push as well because it's out in the open, and you want to make sure you're being as safe as possible.
And exactly, you just cannot take the fight all in all if we have talk about the game of Sanhok, because at any time you just take the fight, you can be third party. So player have to be very much cautious. If you take the fight, make sure that your back lines are cleared, or maybe if you're doing so, you just go with a split, a 3-1 or a 2-2 split on the backhand side. But for now, we see that Voltrex, the player that has been dominating the lobby and has been on the very front foot from the sides of Team Qwerty. His revival was very important, and yes, he has been revived. But now after the revival, they will be taking the fight because they knew that Team Xquetta is up against to themselves. So we were just talking about the favorite teams. All in all, you've just mentioned that Team Qwerty. So this is a go-to team. Obviously, Team Bablu and Qwerty is a go-to team. But apart from these two teams, which is one of those teams that you would really root for?
Apart from these two teams, I mean, oh man, this is kind of a tough question, because I feel like all these teams up till now have been doing a great job, even Maximus included. And I mean, overall, I just feel like I would go for Portal Esports without any doubt, because I have that man over there, Montu, doing an incredible job overall, and I have some expectations. I have some great expectations. This man, as an individual performer, I feel like he's an absolute incredible player. With a little bit more exposure, he can definitely show us the caliber of what he has.
Ooh.
Maximus, though, here and there taking shots, 2-player knocked out, and Team Qwerty kind of facing the rage off the side of Maximus there. Beautiful pinpoint, laser precise shots shown from the side of Hussey.
A calamity that has struck the players of F4. They just want to get away from this. And mind you, this fight is a long range and a close to mid range fight. And in that also, Maximus has been successfully taking the players down. Just imagine this fight would have been a close range fight. We would have seriously seen a push from their side.
Exactly, the push from their side. And Team Bablu finally, they do realize there is a squad right inside. Pika needs to watch out a little. Stalwart, yes, Stalwart Esports was waiting right around the corner. And it seems like Teen Wolf will finally take him out the game as well. But Pika has already been taken out. The damage has been dealt. Kind of trades happening there. And now Maximus, all 4-player alive, 4-man strong team. Maximus as well, I mean, I cannot elaborate on the fact that how good Maximus squad is. And overall, Hussey as well, he does an incredible job in the team as how good his shooting skills are.
So this has been a very consistent team all in all. So they didn't have got much of chicken dinner if we talk about the total points, but they have a very consistent gameplay. They have taken the fights. They know the rotation. They know when not to indulge themselves into the fight and when they need to take away from their fight. And penciling down the players of Team Qwerty the way they are just doing with an ease.
They're doing an incredible job with an ease for sure. Well, Tommy gun. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen this weapon being used, and I do like whenever I see a Tommy gun in the play because I just feel like it's an incredible weapon, even in some mid-range combats and in close range. Of course, it does shred out, but I still feel like Uzi in close range is a way better gun, which is pretty much an understandable situation or understandable course in itself. But RZx7E Esports is the team that has one of their enemy lines kind of locked out in their compound. Hitman as well, kind of the man who is watching their back around. Another airdrop. It has taken his spot in the land, and it's going to be M249 gracing the lands with his presence.
Exactly, red flames coming up from that exclusive box. That means the airdrop number 2 already on its way. M249 with 8x equipped in that, and a full of level 3 kit that offers you the bag, the helmet, and the vest. So, Necro, if we see the course of the match, the narrative that has been built in the very 10-minute of the match that is closing to get past to it. Some fights, if we take away from, if we talk about some fights, not much of fights has been actually erupted apart from the players from Team Qwerty being pinned down or the players from Stalwart Esports going down by the players from another team.
Exactly. While NFPxSky Esports is there as well in the nearby phrase, and well, it still seems like NFPxSky seems like something is missing from their side as well. I mean, they're trying to find it, but NFPxSky, I mean, in those kill departments, looking pretty decent, but still missing out on those placement points.
Exactly, still missing out on those placement points. But look at that freestyles rotation from the eastern side. When they reach towards the area of Cam Bravo and Ban, they won't be finding any contestation. Also, the players from Hatin, the Lost Esports, has rotated and come closer towards the area of Tatmog. So they have made a successful rotation. But what I see, rather looks of it, is in the Dead Smack Center in the Paradise Resort. 2-3 teams already trying to make a cluster from the western side TES, from the southern side Team Xquetta, and holding the Paradise Resort STDX and also NFP, as you just mentioned. We can just expect some fights here or there.
Spots here and there. Still pretty much the map feed is right in front of our eyes. Heavy presence of player inside the area of Paradise Resort, pretty much in the center. While Prime, it seems like they're going head-to-head against the lads of Portal Esports. Another fight might be panning out there, and yes, it will. And seems like Prime this time kind of facing the lower side of this fight and falling apart single-handedly, one by one. It's going to be the last man alive. Qwerty is going to be the last man alive from the side of Prime. Insane does know his exact position, does have his GPS location as well. It seems like he's just waiting for his teammates to make the move on him, and then he will be pushing in from the back lines as well.
Exactly, and it's kind of fight between you and me because you rooted for Portal Esports that has successfully eliminated some of the players, and I rooted for the players for the teams of Team Prime. So it's an uneven affair if I talk about that, because one player has just been lost from their side.
One player has been lost out. I mean, it's not really an uneven affair because Portal Esports eliminated out that one player. So it's pretty much an even affair. It was a 4-on-4, but now it's a 3-on-4. Portal Esports, I like how Insane is playing. He's given a lot of sounds. Even if there's someone inside the house, maybe he will try and peek out. But Insane still, I mean, I like how he's showing the controlled aggression from his side as well. Prime, one player's inside, does hear the presence of Insane. I really feel like Insane should not be exposing his body too much out in the open. I think so. He should be playing a little safe there. I don't really know why the lads of Prime did not take their chances. They could have taken out Insane instantly. And yes, finally, one of the lads from Portal Esports has been taken down. And Qwerty is not going to be waiting a moment. He's going to be instantly finishing him out and taking out the game as well. And now this is where Portal Esports, the entire squad of Portal Esports, is going to be kind of mad on Insane because Insane had no clue there was a lad inside the house.
Exactly, he had no clue whatsoever, and just because of that, for a moment, Qwerty was just overexposing, and players from the sides of Portal Esports. Insane was overexposing himself. Joker has been finished off. Insane is bleeding out slowly and steadily, and I'm just waiting how the two players from the sides of Portal Esports would react to this situation, because they are been pinching them down, because at one point it was seeming that Portal Esports might come out from this fight, but the way Team Prime held themselves, that was phenomenal.
Pretty much a phenomenal turn of affair there. Another circle shift right in the front line, in the front of you guys. And teams still kind of, most of the teams are kind of the outer skirts, and Portal Esports this time seems like they are not really looking good in the fight that they're going up against Prime. They are facing the sharper side of Prime there, and it seems like Prime are just cutting Portal Esports open. And this time they're going to be showing no mercy in that situation in those regards as well. While another team, Freestyle, is kind of close to enemy lines as well. A lot of fights will be panning out as the circle is kind of shrinking down as well. And Qwerty almost caught one player off guard of Portal Esports, who was knocked out. Going to be making him back to safety for now, though.
Indeed, it seemed that he could have been caught down, but still players are repositioning themselves up. But some other fights, I will be interested to see how the players from sides of TES are reacting in this fourth game of the day, in the game of Sanhok, and I'll be really interested to see how they're just trying to change the narrative. But still, Portal Esports are in that tricky situation. Two players, Momtu and Nocto. Momtu did play and did a fantastic job in the game that Portal Esports secured a chicken dinner in the game of Miramar. Now is the time of Sanhok, and the team is different.
Exactly. RZx7E was in the close lines of Freestyle. decided to kind of back out from that spot. But for now, things are pretty much so calm and quiet. This is the calm before the storm. 15 teams alive in the game, 51 players in total. This means a lot of teams have lost their initial comrades. This is not really looking good. TES though opening things up on the players of Lost Esports. Some fights going down here and there as well. Freestyle opening the fray up on the lads of RZx7E, sorry. And now it seems like Prime as well, kind of trying to spot out the lads in their front lines. It was Portal Esports, but still kind of just a waiting competition, just a stare-down competition going on here. Nothing really much moves being made from their side of as well, because Portal Esports is just down to a two-man squad, and playing it out safe, playing the situation out safe is the best thing you can do.
I can understand the situation from the sides of Portal Esports because they once overexposed themselves, and because of that, they have paid the hefty price. All what they want to do is right now to go for that placement points, or maybe let the Team Prime go away from here. So this is a good strategy coming up from their side, because two players is only what is surviving from their side. But if a push comes from the sides of Team Prime, they can take them down too. But the way Smart is holding that TPP angle, it seems that he has all the slightest of the information that a team requires.
Portal Esports again. Well, we have Team TES still kind of on the positive side there. Team TS did get themselves one knockout, but still didn't really find themselves in that quick succession. They do have one kill on their name, though. So just one kill on your name, especially when you're not really looking that good on the overall standings. I feel like you need to do way much more better, especially in the mid-game situations, and this is now the mid-game situation. TES needs to assert some dominance inside the game, or else any squad would just go up ahead against them and just roll them out.
And maybe this is what they are looking up forward to, because the way they are trying to make a rotation on their feet, they are looking strong for now, because they are 4-man strong, holding one kill already onto the name. But the moment they go towards the area, players from the side of the Slayers or maybe on their sidelines of STDX might be pincering them down. But TES, it seems that they have heard the sound cue as Lost Esports. Some players were losing their health on, and I just saw a player trying to prone down and trying to spray down on this player, but they have to be very much cautious. STDX in another fight has lost, is on the verge of losing the one player, as SF Spark needs a revival. But revival is the key here, as they are just two men if Spark doesn't get the revival.
Bablu opening things up this time against the lads of Maximus, and this is what we like to see finally. Bablu getting some spotlight upon them. Dunny going to be finishing the kill off, and Maximus going to be pretty disappointed in themselves after that. But Maximus again kind of getting the trades here and there. On the other hand, there's just so many fights breaking down as the circle is shrinking down as well. Wolverine kind of as well joining the fray. He said, I was kind of missing out on those frags, so he found himself a frag as well. Team Qwerty showing their dominance inside the map of Sanhok again. And I want to see, because now I feel like all the teams have woken up. The teams that were definitely sleeping in those first three games, finally they have woken up and they have found themselves that sweet tuning. Now, as Maximus is dominating the field, Bablu as well is doing the so, and even we have Team Qwerty coming in.
And exactly how much more match can you keep away from the players of Bablu and Qwerty and keep them shy and keep them quiet? Now is the time that they will be flourishing all in all. But look at that. The circle will be taking a course and a shift, but it seems that Maximus, the Slayers were in the dead smack center, and they will be holding that compound for long. And even if the circle makes a hard shift, an extreme shift, they will still be on that edge of the circle. But all what I can see from this side is that Team Xquetta is going down one by one, as the players from the sides of Maximus are pincering them down. Fadi is on a very low HP. He just need to heal himself up, and it seems by the animation that yes, he's just trying to heal himself up and apply that quick first aid. But in that all fight, Hasi, star player from their side, has been lost on. Also, Fadi goes down as Ash on the left hand side is able to pull himself down with the help of M4 and 4x spray.
Exactly. And Maximus taking the exit out the game as well. And Renegades as well kind of following their footsteps behind them. Teams finally seems like they have been started getting eliminated. Teams are falling apart, crumbling down one by one. Yes, joining the fray. Kills happening here and there. Brecker taken down instantly. And finally, seems like some intense battles are breaking down. And this is what we wanted to see. Some intense battle breakout. And since a long time, you know, this have been their home sweet home. Arkadians as well next to Lost Esports. And then we have Prime in the nearby vicinities. And I'm pretty sure in these kind of moments, you want to stay as silent and as cautious as possible. The zone started moving, and this zone is going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. You want to make sure you are not on the bad side of the zone.
I mean, exactly, but you just cannot do anything. You have to rotate with the zone. If you don't, you will be punished, and you have to face the brunt not only of the bullets coming in from the sides of enemy territory, but also from the blue zone that you face, and the circle, the fifth shift that will be closing in a moment or two, and then the damage increases significantly. But NFPxSky Esports, 4 men strong, coming from the northeastern side. They're trying to dominate any single player and in every single team that is trying to flourish in the same area. Team Bablu, I would really want them to have a very high fragging game. A moment back, we saw their players taking the players down, but the moment I said Zibian has been completely eliminated from this match, and Freestyles is the one that are punishing them down.
Freestyle, the one doing that. Team Qwerty have found himself in such a bad spot for now. Wolfer's taken out of the game. Freestyle is going to be the one. Respect was the man who took him out. Respect doesn't have any clue that there's another lad off Team Qwerty in his back lines. So just being so careless and moving around in open is not really a good thing. I feel like Freestyle should still watch their back out because Team Qwerty doesn't want the right moment to strike. Wolverine has finally made it inside the circle as well. NFPxSky is the team that is trying to look out here and there. Seems like finally maybe they will be spotting someone, but take a look at Freestyle just directly pushing in. Managing to take out one. He's looking for the second one as well. There's one guy just directly vaulting right inside the window. And Kathir, what a bold move.
Exactly, a move that actually paid them off, as he was successfully been able to take Tarwin down, and now it is all onto the shoulder of Vegeta, and one more player Respect onto their shoulders, but they are up against the 3 standing players, and Ash needs the revival, and this all fight is happening on the southern side for this small compound, and mind you, they are out of the circle. 50 meters is what they have to travel, and they will be soon doing so. But Vegeta in that 1v1 fight takes Gully Boy down, but Reed from the sides of the Slayers, from the backhand sides, are punishing them down one by one. From the right-hand side, Wolverine, you were just mentioning about this fact. He was just waiting and waiting to strike at the very right moment.
Exactly. This is what you do, especially when you found yourself the timing. You want to make sure you're giving you're giving it enough time to, you know, kind of just breathe it in. Let the enemies think, okay, that our backlines is pretty much safe, and then strike. You don't just strike him directly. TS Alian just stuck behind that little tree, and he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Just take a look at that. He has so many eyes locked upon him. Alian stands up finally, and it's pretty much a do or die situation. He doesn't even have any meds on his back, and he does know it's pretty much a done game for him. There's just so many eyes locked upon Alian. Nade lobs in from their side, dealing a little bit more damage, and yes, final shots connected onto him. And it's going to be Team TS taking an exit as well. While NFPxSky Esports looking pretty strong. 2 players alive. But the overall team that is looking strong in this game is going to be the Slayers. And this team did an incredible job in the semifinals.
Exactly, they did, and just because of that, they are trying to showcase in this 4th match of the day. 14 meter is what they have to travel into the zone, but they have their crosshair logged in. Kathir, he just survived one more peek from that side, and he could be taken down. But Reed caught in the open, he can take him down. But no, Kathir with that laser scream, he takes Reed down, and now it is all upon to the players of the Slayers, where the player are also down. Hucker is already down on its knees.
Kathir is making some bold move in the game, as now the Slayers are moving in slowly and steadily. Slayers are not really looking good for now. NFPxSky destroying the lads from Slayers one by one. Reed The rest will be there from Assad. For how long? NFPxSky does fear the presence from the lads of STDX, but gave his intentions away. Healthy. Wasn't really a good move to do that. You just gave your spot away. Now STDX pretty much knows where you exactly are. And now it seems like NFPxSky taking a little bit of damage from their side as well. Now, this is an intense battle in itself. STDX have 2 players alive. NFPxSky has only 1 player alive. And while we have, on the other hand, the Slayers have 2 players alive in the game as well. And NFPxSky crawling around here and there. Just take a look at this. It's pretty much a snake battle for the side of NFP.
Exactly, some snaking action as we expected in the game of Sanhok is being implemented and is taking its score in this 8 circle, and 5 meter is what the Slayers have to go into the zone. Asa just trying to clear the angle what he's trying to hold, but Khatir can be a spoiler for STDX as he knows the location of exact where players from STDX are in the compound. A nade could do the job for him.
A nade could definitely do the massive job for him. As STDX, again, looking around here and there. Just trying to scout the area out over all 360. And again, Khatir still kind of playing the situation out so safe and slow. Safe and sound. STDX is there in the nearby vicinities as well. Just kind of wait it out, play it out as safe as possible. I like how the Slayers is playing as well. Even though they have the full house under contestation, they're still playing in the back lines a little bit, but now finally moved in as the zone is forcing them to do so.
So what all Khatir can expect is a fight to up between the players from STDX and the Slayers to go down. But yes, as you just mentioned, he goes down by the brunt of Blue Zone. Now it is down to 2v2 affair.
Down to 2v2 affair. Tommy Gun showing its presence in the game. Getting the first knock that they needed for Slayers. One last man alive, getting shot from the windows as well, and even from the front lines. And this is how you execute a fight against a 2v2 situation. Don't just straight up rush inside the house. Give the game to kind of breathe, let the game simmer in, and then you just find the right moment to strike, and this is how you execute those strategies in game. And that's going to be STDX winning this game. In the semifinals, this team did quite an incredible job, and now, again, showing their presence in the game and doing the same job again, repeating themselves.
Exactly, executing the same performance, and the total of 23 points is what they have been able to secure. 8 kills. And straight away a great leap, as you just mentioned, and you say the ladder of success is what they have been able to do, straight on the 5th position, and from here they might be looked to go on that top 3 spots or maybe top 4, because one more game that will be Erangel, so they might be looking to change the course and the whole narrative.
Exactly. I mean, that's definitely the ladder to success, without a doubt. And yeah, I mean, they did quite an incredible job, STDX, the way they played that situation out. In the end, I really feel like if they keep on pushing one by one, that could be an opening window for the Slayers to get that game in their hands. But then finally, I like how challenged the fight. They did not go inside. They went in those windows, initial windows, because they knew if one guy's going to be in the back lines and one guy's going to be in the front lines, pretty much the last member from the Slayers is going to be confused. Either he should look behind him or in the front lines, and that's how they took him out of the game. STDX doing an incredible job in that previous game, getting to that chicken dinner. And in the top players, we have the lads from Team Qwerty again coming in, and then we have somewhere down line Khatir from NFPxSky.
So every time STDX has outshined other players, it was Alpha, and it has been Alpha. It is now also Alpha, showcasing his talent and just trying to decimate the lobby. 8 kills is what they have been able to secure. A total of 15 placement points, are making a total of 23 points. Following the Slayers next to them, they also had a very decent game, and also I expected NFPxSky Esports to have a good outing, and TES making a comeback. 2 kill number is less if we talk about the comebacks and all in all, but still 10 total point might be a good booster for them.
That definitely might be a good booster for them. While RZx7E again kind of not really able to show up in this game as well. I mean, overall, I really feel like they're doing an incredible job, challenging those fights and try and face those situations out by themselves. But still, I mean, somewhere down the line, something is lacking in them.
Exactly, it is, and again, same thing is being done by them. But let's have a quick look at the Oppo F19 Pro moment, and I love these moments because it stands afresh and it brings the memories, the top moments from the match that we might have missed.
Exactly. And this is where kind of, Wolverine, got himself the top player. He was in the back lines, waited for the game to simmer in, and then found his right moment to strike. Got himself quite a decent amount of kills, He did find the exact timing there in the flank as well, and that's how he claimed a lot of kills for himself. And the Slayers. Now, I like how Kathir was playing. He was striking anyone down in his vision. And I really love how boldly Kathir was playing in those endgame situations. But this was kind of a questionable move from the side of Kathir as well. I feel like he could have kept on moving slowly and steadily further. But then I just feel like it was a little late from his side as well to realize the situation. But the overall ranking, Team Qwerty is nowhere to be gone. Still on the first place. Their spot will not be taken. The Kings will be the Kings. But then NFPxSky, as you did mention, the ladder of success is being climbed from these lands.
Exactly, before this match, I guess NFPxSky Esports were on the 6th position, and a great leap coming from their sides, sharing the same points that the Slayers have. A total of 40 points is what they have been able to secure, and the Slayers follow them next. Now it's come the time of the freestyle. So 2-game back-to-back that has not been able to go into their favor, else freestyles could have been there at the spot where NFPxSky Esports are. Also, Portal Esports, a game that didn't go into their name. So they are facing the brunt of it because other teams won't wait for you. They will be securing and amassing a good points in total of it.
Exactly, they will be doing that for sure. This is the second half of the overall ranking. Team Xquetta again on the 9th position. MAXIMUSxFTN, on the 10th position. Team TES as well. Overall in second half, the only team that has disappointed me over here are definitely going to be Arkadians, Stalwart Esports, and Renegades. I expected them to be, kind of be on the first latter half, at least on the first day. But now, after this game, we pretty much have the last game upcoming. And it's going to be the game of Erangel, which each and every single team loves to play.
Exactly, it will be. And also, Stalwart Esports did a fantastic job in the very first game. But apart from that, the rest of the 3 game hasn't been in their favor. And just because of that, we have seen them slipping again and again from the first half, going down towards the second half of the chart.
Exactly, from the first half going down to the second half. And again, this just proves like your consistency, right? If you're not overall consistent inside the game, and if you're not really able to, rack up a lot of points in those upcoming games as well, then of course you will be moving down the ladder because other teams will be trying their best to come up on top. And I'm pretty sure even in the future, eventually the teams that are on the second half, they will gather themselves, a decent amount of points. Even if the day 5 games were kind of not really good for the teams on the latter half, there's still 10 games in their hands, and anything can happen in those 10 games.
Exactly, anything can happen, but the last game that will be of Erangel. So after this 5 matches, the rest of the 10 matches will be played in Discord on the second and third day of the finals. But after the 5 matches, you just imagine 1/3 of the total match gets finished, and that exhaustion will maybe somewhere lead to a bit of panic-like situation. The teams that are on the second half of the chart, I'm talking about the teams like Renegades, the Maximus, and Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, that's for sure. The panic situation will be there on them. It will definitely, there will definitely be some moments where these teams wouldn't really be, feeling really good overall. And they would be, wanting to maybe try and get themselves situated in some comfortable spots. Maybe they will try and switch up some strategies as well in the future just to see what exactly works.
Exactly, they will be changing its narrative all in all because now when they have played all the matches, we have seen some drop clashes in the area of boot camp. Thing was they're played differently because we didn't expect a fight as players did fall back, but we also saw the matches being panned out. So now when all the players, all the teams knows the exact rotation, exact location of the players, so maybe in the last game of Erangel we can see things differently panning out because 2 games of Erangel has already been played down.
Exactly, 2 games of Erangel have already went down, but now one more Erangel is yet to come. And in the first Erangel map, Team Qwerty did get that chicken dinner in their hands. Are they going to be carrying their legacy forward? Are they going to be getting another chicken dinner? in the map of Erangel. I mean, I definitely want to watch out for that. I definitely want to know where it is. And I'm still waiting for the producer's call here to, know when the break is going to be pushed in because I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the players do need a little bit of break here and there.
Exactly, and I guess we have the call right now.
Yep, we finally have the call right now. And exactly, I'm pretty sure you guys do not want to miss out on the final game of day one of finals. There's only 3 days. That means when this day is gone, 2 more days left. And this is where we're going to be taking a little breather. But we'll be back to cast the final game.
I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
What's up ladies and gentlemen, स्वागत है आप सभी का PUBG मोबाइल कैंपस चैंपियनशिप 2021 पाकिस्तान रीजन के इंटरव्यूज में। और हमारे इस इंटरव्यू में हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं Bad Bunny from Stalwart Esports. So Bad Bunny, how are you doing? Thank you so much for giving us your time.
I'm fine. How are you?
Well, I'm doing good as well. Thank you so much for asking. चलिए अब बढ़ते हैं हमारे सबसे पहले क्वेश्चन की तरफ। बैड बनी, मेरा सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन आपके लिए रहेगा कि यू गाइस आर अ रियली फ्रेश टीम और आप लोग खेल रहे हैं स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स जैसे एक बड़े बैनर के अंदर, जिसके चलते कभी कभी प्लेयर्स कुछ प्रेशर भी फील करते हैं। डू यू गाइस फील दैट प्रेशर ऑन यू?
एक्चुअली हमारा जो आईजीएल है कायरो, वो हमें बहुत अच्छे से लीड कर रहा है। सो ही इज द मेन रीजन व्हाई वी आर परफॉर्मिंग गुड। वो बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग है और वही मेन टीम को लेके आगे चल रहा है।
मेरा अगला सवाल ये रहेगा कि आपकी टीम का परफॉर्मेंस एक रीसेंट अपस्विंग देखा है हमने, जहाँ पे डे 1 सेमीफाइनल्स में थोड़ा सा कमज़ोर हमको नज़र आया था परफॉर्मेंस, लेकिन डे 2 में बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टालवर्ट ई-स्पोर्ट्स नज़र आई थी। तो उसके बारे में अगर आप हमें कुछ बता सकते हैं तो।
थोड़े एक्चुअली डे 1 में हमें थोड़े कोऑर्डिनेशन वगैरह के इश्यूज आ रहे थे, लेकिन हमने डे 2 में अपनी पूरी कोशिश की कि हम उन्हें कवर करें एंड वी गिव आवर बेस्ट।
और जो अग्रेशन की आप बात कर रहे हैं, आपके आईजीएल आपकी टीम को डिक्टेट करते हैं, ये अग्रेशन पूरी की पूरी टीम साथ ही मेंटेन करके चलती है?
यस।
मेरा अगला सवाल ये रहेगा कि बैड बनी जो नाम है ये कहाँ से आया?
एक्चुअली पहले मेरा नाम सिंपल बनी होता था, लेकिन काफ़ी मुझे मेरे टीममेट्स वगैरह बैड बनी बोलते थे, तो उस वजह से फिर मैंने अपना नाम चेंज करके बैड बनी कर दिया।
बैड बनी, आपसे मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि कैंपस चैंपियनशिप जो ये टूर्नामेंट है, इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव रहता है टू फाइंड द नेक्स्ट स्टार्स ऑफ पबजी मोबाइल फ्रॉम एवरी सिंगल रीजन। पाकिस्तान रीजन की हम बात कर रहे हैं, अगले सितारे हमें ढूंढे हैं पाकिस्तान के। तो ऐसे कुछ टीम्स या प्लेयर्स जिनको जो आपको लगता है कि बहुत बड़ी थ्रेट है इन द फ्यूचर अगर इनको एक्सपीरियंस मिला तो, एंड ऑल्सो योर व्यूज़ ऑन द कैंपस चैंपियनशिप, कुछ ऐसी
गुड एक्सपीरियंस फॉर अस। बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट गुड टीम्स, अ गुड एक्सपीरियंस फॉर अस। विल ट्राइंग आवर बेस्ट।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा बैड बनी कि एक चीज़ जो स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए स्पेसिफिकली नोटिस करी गई थी वो ये थी कि अर्ली गेम फाइट्स जो होती थी वो थोड़ी सी परफॉर्मेंस ख़राब कर देती थी। तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि फाइनल्स में किस तरह से उनको अप्रोच करने का आप सोच रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, विल ट्राई टू कवर देम। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उनको बेहतर करें। जो हमारा आईजीएल है कायरो, वो उस पर काम कर रहे हैं कि हम उसको बेटर करें।
Well, thank you so much for giving us your time and best of luck for your matches in the finals.
वेलकम वेलकम।
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, you good-looking gamers. How are y'all doing? This is PUBG Mobile Campus Championship by Pakistan Region, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. power up your game. And now, finally, we have the plane flight path in front of our eyes as it's starting from hospital, ending towards the Sanhok military base. And I mean, hey, this is a pretty interesting plane flight path. Imagine if the teams they do want to go towards Yasna Polnaya, which most of the teams do sometimes prefer such kind of some such kind of positions, such kind of places. And especially if you're really far away from those, that means you will have to use your quick swap of those quick swap strategies.
And exactly the same thing. Renegades, we have seen them dropping towards the area of Yasnaya Polyana and the compound near to it. So this is a thing that I expected. Maybe they can go for that secondary drop location. And yes, this is what they are offering for right now, because towards the area of Georgia Pool and to the city and to the crates, I can already see Bablu so going to the same area on backends of Georgia Pool, but on the main city, on the crates and towards the city, 2-3 team that is of Lost Esports and Renegades and STDX. So a cluster already being developed, but also on the area of military base, some teams are colliding. So we might see some early skirmishes in the very first of the game.
Exactly, we might see some early skirmishes breaking down on the bottom left side. This is the circle going in. Sanhok military base is covered in as well in there, but it's still kind of an interesting moment or interesting thing to witness is that how are these lads going to be overall just panning things out in their favor, because we still have teams going on into the Novorupnoi area and special teams that are going in Novorupnoi. I mean, it has taken quite a long time for them. And Arkadians this time, they're going towards Novorupnoi as well. That means a little bit of change of drop locations from their side, and we might just see an early engagement happening.
Exactly, I can already see Stalwart Esports going down again and again, and some plus signs already, some plus animation already onto the name, against the name. That means some players might be taken. So not only in the area of Novorupnoi and military base island, we are also seeing fight happening in the area of the hospital area, because Lost Esports, they are being challenged by one team that is very close to them, and that is of Renegades.
Exactly, one team is pretty close to them. Lost Esports still there as well. Iconic is the man. Wants to spot someone out. Renegades, he does hear so much intel right now. Iconic just has so much intel that he's getting overloaded with that. And I'm pretty sure at this point in time, he's kind of confused, like what exactly to do, because this is a panic situation for sure, especially if you have the entire squad right upon you. You don't really know what exactly to do, because whenever you just step out, you never know if there's going to be someone waiting to welcome you.
Exactly, in this same situation, one team might be also looking to aggress to make a third party, and that can be of STDX. And it was just to mention, he has a lot of infos and intels that we talk about, and sometimes it becomes trickier and it confuses you. But all in all, these teams have quite been experienced till now, so they know how to take all these fights, and they have a clear idea where the exact players are located. Also, Renegades JD is just trying to reposition himself towards the rest of the players. We can already see as Captain Shazam trying to close in towards the players of Lost Esports, and believe might be taken down if he gets caught off.
Lost Esports as well. Moving around here and there. And Arkadians, look at this though. One man taken out, and it's going to be Kaizen who put the final bullet in his skull to take him out the game. Did not even wait twice to eliminate him. Arkadians, I mean, this is the only team that needs a decent start for themselves, because Arkadians is definitely a team with a lot of caliber in them. They just need somewhere. They just need the right place to show it.
Exactly, just because of that, we are seeing some early fights, and maybe this can be a game for them. But all they just need to do is to hold off some calm and composure, because 1900 meter they are still away from the zone. So two things that they have to keep in mind: they have to engage themselves in the fight. So if they engage in, they have to pull it off successfully. But if not, they will be taken down by the brunt of the zone. But one team that is just trying to fall away from this side, and that is of Lost Esports, as two players has been eliminated, and a drop contestation in the very first half of the game.
Well, Renegades, I mean, Lost Esports has lost quite a lot in this battle. And certainly this historic battle wasn't really that iconic. Renegades made it look pretty easy.
Exactly. Still, 4 players surviving from the sides of Renegades, trying to heal himself up with the help of bandages and all medkits they have. But Unknown takes. It seems that he has taken 1 player down. Yes, STDX players are being taken down again and again, and they have read the kill feed. They have had the sound cue, and we might see some push going against the players. And again, Renegades must be looking to flush them off and clearly wipe them out again in this match. But in this area of Novorupnoi, Arkadians are trying to envelop the players of RZx7E Esports, but Hitman has been given the revival, and now all the 3 players will be charging onto the players of Arkadian, and Gambler goes down. That means they are in a sort of deep trouble.
They are in pretty much quite a lot of trouble there. Now again, another 1 player going down, and now RZx7E has found himself in such a bad spot. Hitman following the footstep of his teammate up as well. Lost Esports, second last man alive. Unknown found himself the rock as a cover, and look at this man. He's just hiding behind it. Renegades is on a hunt. Renegades is searching the entire area. They want to know where exactly Unknown has found himself. Unknown realizes now that it's pretty much a do or die situation. He would rather take a fight or just die in this place initially. Renegades still on a search. 1 player caught him caught in the open. Did take a decent amount of damage, but now the whole squad is focused on Unknown, and yes, he gets taken down. Pretty much, I really feel like he should have kept his silence in that moment, because if he kept that, if he was silent in that entire moment, I feel like he could have maybe survived.
Exactly, that could have been the case, but just a blink of an eye and he was gone. And the last player surviving from the sides of Lost Esports was running for his life, but again, Stalwart Esports Caro has been taken down from the backhand side as Portal Esports Insane is taking the fight in its own way. Bablu eventually also goes down, and Insane, in a moment, he has taken 3 knocks in his name.
3 knocks on his name now. In the military area, Portal Esports going head to head against the lad of Portal Esports. Portal Esports looking pretty risky position. That nade might just be so damaging to them. Nade, though, nowhere to be found. Still not exploding anywhere. Portal Esports easily eliminating out the entire squad of Stalwart Esports, making it look easy as a piece of cake.
Indeed, it was a cakewalk for them as they did eliminate Portal Esports, emerging victorious. But in the same fight, Joker, the player that has been in form for them, has been eliminated, so they might repent for this. But RZ7 Esports, as we were just mentioning, into the area of Novorupnoi, they are taking the players from Arkadians down 1 by 1, and it seems that only 2 players from the sides of Arkadians are surviving. So in this last game of Erangel, just because the circle has taken a different sort of shift, we have already witnessed some fights, and Stalwart Esports becomes again the first team. I guess in the last game also, Stalwart Esports did face an early elimination in this game also. So back-to-back early elimination, not a thing that Stalwart Esports must be liking.
Exactly. That's really not the thing that you would definitely like to see. And I mean, especially look at this as well. The airdrop one is finally on the board, and it's going to be containing the Groza inside it. I mean, pretty much an interesting turn of affairs for this. 14 teams still alive, and the circle is shifting away from all these lads, and it's going in the bottom left side. Most of the circle is pretty much like a place where a lot of teams don't really like to use it, and I really feel like the circle might just end near Quarry.
Maybe Qwerty, or I would love to see if it gets to an urban finish. Primos, we have seen in the past in the game of in the tournament of PMPL how intense the fight can be to the area of Primos. But as you just mentioned, if it gets down towards the end of Qwerty, the ridges can also come into the play.
Exactly, the ridges can also come into play. As Team TES again looking here and there, trying to find themselves some sight on their enemies. No visual seems like for now. No visual has been found. While Maximus on a move, out in the open, kind of do realize the depth of the situation. May want to make it inside the circle as well, straight to the pathway. And they might just cross a squad here and there. And yes, they are under some heavy fire from the lads of NFPxSky Esports as Ash is unloading mags upon them.
Exactly, just trying to cut the rotation from the sides of Maximus and NFPxSky Esports. Apart from those initial shots, now they are trying to go again towards their home ground where they just dropped off to the area of Primorsk, and Halsey just trying to scout down the area from the backhand side. Satan is giving a good cover fire, so Halsey has to be very cautious. But also on the other half of the map, Portal Esports, the players are taking the enemies down.
Exactly. For now, it seems like things are pretty interesting on their both sides' favor. Look at this. Qwerty is still kind of far away. This kind of an interesting move from these lads this time. Opted out to rotate inside the circle late though. Team Xquetta and maybe another team in the clotheslines as well. They might be engaging against each other while Team Qwerty is just passing by the fray.
They did, and the Qwerty very close to the players of the teams that usually drop towards the area of Pochinki, and that is of the Slayers. So on the eastern side, Team Xquetta is also on the same vicinity, in the same proximity, and one team that has successfully made a rotation from the military base, and that is of Arkadians, dropping towards the area of Novoripnoy and coming this close. Till now, they have lost 2 players. All they can do is to go for the placement points with the help of 2 players that they are surviving with.
Exactly, with the help of 2 players. But now again, kind of shots being fired here and there. The Slayers found themselves in such an uncomfortable spot as Team Qwerty is leeching them off one by one. They're eating them alive slowly and steadily. Khan with that nade was really close though, but still not really able to find its mark. As the Slayers finally decided to move back from this fight, but is taking quite a lot of damage, while Haxer like he's going to be taking an exit, and yes, Khan makes it in time, pretty much quick on his feet, and going to be taking another man out the game from the Slayers.
Exactly, Team Qwerty, with the name, with the fame that they have been aggressing in the game again and again, none of the team would want them to fight against them until it's the last circle or the last zone. Else, it's a team to not mess with. But with that, Portal Esports are also trying to make a rotation, a slow rotation, because Insane on the end side of the military base, on the end side of the northern island, is trying to scout the players so that Nocto and Mom2 doesn't get any shot, and ensuring for a safe passage. Also, RZx7E ESPORts, the team that dropped towards the area of Novoripnoy from that southern side of military base, they have come close to the area of Primorsk, and this can be a successful rotation for them.
Exactly. This can definitely be a pretty much a successful rotation. And here comes the airdrop as well, you know. Airdrop 2 on the board, MK14 on the board as well. We did see in the past, you know, in the past map of Erangel, in the second map of Erangel, we did see the MK14, you know, being kind of utilized. And I want to see that again. Don't you want to see it too, Ankit?
Yeah, I do. MK14, it can be used in a multi-purpose way. It can be the single tap shots, and if that it can become and use as an AR2 when that extended gets attached to it. The 20 ammo has the potency to at least take 2 or 3 players down.
Exactly. It definitely has the kind of potential to, you know, take a lot of players down in that process. But still, I mean, overall, the game is still progressing in as NFPxSky kind of realizing the fact that they need to move in. But I'm going to hold on to my words. As Renegades, look at this. This man is just an absolute hero, trying to stunt out in a way where things are not really looking good. As you're trying to take down a squad, this man just stunted right in and also found himself a knock. Captain, proving that he's the captain of all bays and taking each and every single player down. But now Team Prime as well doing an incredible job holding off. And it seems like Cross at this time has had enough. And he is just going to be straight up finishing out the players. And I don't really like how Renegades is pushing this fight one by one. You should be pushing it together, but the damage has already been done. He managed to take out 2 players from your side. Shazam and Captain are no more in the squad of Renegades.
Some flying actions coming from the sides of Renegades as they have taken the fight in their name. 6 kills already onto the name, and the way Captain was airborne, that was impeccable from his side. The guy has got some real skills, but soon he was shut down by the sides of Team Prime, and it seemed that Smart, yes, he's the sole player surviving from their side, but now is the time for Team Bablu to enjoy the party.
Team Bablu, look at that nade. Join the third party instantly. Join the fray. I don't really know why Pika didn't lob in that nade, and I'm pretty sure he did spot that gun barrel. But again, he is not really nading the room that is right in his front line. But hopefully now he does that. And yes, he will. This is a well-cooked nade, and it's going to be enough to take him down. Yes, it will. Thankful the lad from Renegade did not leave his possession. And Bablu, though, now finally seems like going to be rushing inside the house. And eventually they'll find themselves the kills that they're looking for. I like how this setup is coming in through from the right, from the side of Renegade. A lot of sound cues been given. So many clues been given from the side of Renegades as well. Now it's just down to these two men from the squad of Bablu. Teddy trying to hold his compound as much as possible. But again, seems like Bablu, though, they are going to be striking in the right moment and taking the last man down. But Prime is still in the nearby vicinities. If he wants, he can actually third party the fight, but he's on to the last man, so it is pretty understandable.
Yeah. Exactly, he can just do not much. Even if he wants to make a push, his hand are being handcuffed, if I have to say, because he doesn't have much of option. All he can do is to go for the placement point and expect other team to lose out this match as soon as possible in order to get that placement points, because he cannot just go aggressive. But one team that is looking aggressive for now is that of Bablu, taking the fights onto the name. They have eliminated some sorts of player, and the way they made a slam, that was impeccable. And also by eliminating the players from Renegades, they have got a good position, the centrist position, and in the dead smack center.
We'll still have Maximus, though, rolling and looking pretty decent. Xquetta as well. I mean, 3 players alive. It's such a late game situation. I really feel like it's a decent play of things. As Portal Esports Insane finding himself the opening on the players of RTG. Portal Esports unleashing hell right now. And it seems like they are looking pretty unstoppable. I love how they challenge the fight from the back lines. And now they are on the edge of the circle as Arkadians is the squad that is right in front of them. And Maximus still playing this situation out pretty safe and pretty passive. One player's knocked out. Maximus needs to get the res onto him, but is it going to be that easy? Sane trying to get back to his teammate.
No is the answer as Malik secures the kill, and it seems that he has stolen the kill. If that's the case, the team on the enemy lines and the other side must be very much anxious and furious about the situation. But look at this, FS Gully Boy onto the one side with the help of other players are just trying to pin it on the players. But no, Psycho goes down, and it seems that Maximus is in a hell lot of trouble.
So many frags flying in. As the circle is shrinking down, freestyle as well, still looking pretty strong in the game. Team Prime, same goes with them. Just one man alive, Smart. We have seen in the past what Smart is capable of doing, and you do not want to head challenge this man in a battle. But again, Maximus, one last man alive as well. 12 teams, but only 31 players alive in total.
Yeah, this has been a very good banter if we talk about this, because right off the bat we saw some of the fights and this very last game of the first day of Erangel, and it becomes obvious to lose on to some players, as we just saw Maximus Hussey was the last player surviving. Also from the sides of Team Prime, Smart was the sole player surviving, so it gets understandable. We can also see the players from the sides of the Slayers, Asad and Rai, so lot of players losing onto their side.
Bablu taking shots here and there, blind firing inside the smoke. Was able to deal enough amount of damage, but still not enough, not well enough to take a knockout. And finally, seems like the bullet will be connected. One knockout has been found. Bablu gaining a little bit of confidence in that fight, and finally pushing in the enemy vicinity. Zabian spotting out vehicles rotating, while there is Prime Smart. And look at this NFP. Do you realize Prime Smart is right next to you? Prime Smart takes one out, but instantly gets traded out. And that's going to be NFP taking Prime down, and that's going to be Prime Esports taking an exit out the game as well. But now NFP has to space the Goliath, and this is where things are not really looking good. Freestyle is going to be their enemy lines, and they have decided to third party this entire fight. This nade might be really damaging if it lands inside the shack, and yes, it does.
Exactly, and it does. And with that, one player gets knocked down. And but on the other side, but because I can already see NFP or rest of the 4 players are still standing on their feet. So now what all they can do is to go for the rotation. But we just a moment saw it seemed that before the circle makes a 6th shift, it is the only one team that is in that circle, and that is of Team Bablu holding that concrete compound is what all they have. FS Malik with the help of DP just trying to make that most of the damage, and that is a really good skin if we talk about that.
Yeah, that's definitely a pretty much good kind of skills there. Xquetta taking an exit on the 10th place. 9 teams still alive in the game, and it's the 5th circle. A lot of kills are happening here and there as the circle is closing out. Bablu is still holding on to the initial compound that they third-partied. And I feel like they're doing an incredible job realizing the situation and realizing that this compound for now is pretty much safe. You don't really need to move out of it. As Team Qwerty, they do realize that they need to make the rotation no matter what, even if they're getting shot at by a lot of squads. But Freestyle is there on the hilltop to welcome Team Qwerty.
Exactly, Qwerty on the backhand side. Destroyer goes down. No, it seems Destroyer is still surviving, but Khan has gone down. And maybe they are in a lot of trouble. They are indeed, and it seems that Destroyer is the sole player surviving, but whole of the thing lies on the shoulder of Destroyer, but he is stuck in a situation right now.
Stuck in a situation. Things not looking good on their side for now. Freestyle, all 4 players live. If they keep on playing the way they are playing right now, this might be Freestyle's game.
It can be. Indeed, it can be because 4 player trying to rule the eastern half of the circle. Different approach is what I'm seeing from their side, and we have seen in the past that players do play in the split, and that has actually helped them secure good points in the past. And maybe this can be a game for them, but all they just need to do is to not let that unwanted fight go in their name. And we just saw one player go down. He just needs a revival.
Just needs a revival. There's one more team right in their front lines. Freestyle. It's just a matter of seconds. Each and every single team is playing just situations out so safe. STDX was the team who won the previous game, opting out for those cards, using those cards for that fast rotation inside the circle. TES is dealing quite a lot of damage on the last of STDX, getting caught of cards in those rotations. Bablu as well, facing the same situation upon the alley. Seems like he's just going to be a man with that laser beam.
He is indeed not only trying to unsettle the players from STDX, but also the moment Team Bablu tried to make a push, they were able to take some of the players down, and now it is all on the soldiers of Alpha. Alpha in the past, we have seen him performing. In the last game also, I guess he was the player from the sides of STDX that got the MVP, and he is showing what he is capable of. Eliminating one more player from the sides of Portal Esports, he is looking good, but he just need to shun other players down because he is the sole player surviving from his side.
Res there. 8 teams alive though. Freestyle, they were looking pretty much strong. They had all 4 players alive, but just in a blink of an eye, they're down to a 2-man squad. And still things are looking pretty shaky on their side as well. As NFPxSky eliminating out in STDX, Portal Esports is there right in their front lines. Mom2 is the man alive. Last man alive from Portal Esports. Things are looking pretty bad for a lot of teams, especially Arkadians, Freestyle Esports, and then we have Portal Esports as well.
Exactly, but look at this, how 666 is very close to the players of Ash. Ash needs that first aid kit. He pops in the first aid kit, applies himself with it, and he takes one player down. And with that, Arkadians finally perishes from this match. And with that, 4 teams and 10 players in this lobby. And I guess this has been a very hell of a match because the circle has gone down to the wire, but still 10 players are alive.
10 players still looking pretty good. Freestyle. Well, Team Bablu kind of trying to spot out enemies in their front lines as well. Team Bablu do know Freestyle is in the front lines. And look at that. Malik wants to at least find himself opening. The info is there on the both sides. Bablu is in the front line. Freestyle, and Bablu even knows that Freestyle is pinned down behind this vehicle. But the most exact problem is going to be for Freestyle to actually leave out this position. And even NFPxSky is on a flank on the side of Freestyle. So maybe Freestyle, this is the time to watch your backs out.
Exactly, two players. Malik still just trying to scout the front line, and Ali, what he can do is just to scout the left hand side and not let any player from the left hand side or from the back hand side to backstab them. And now they have realized, and yes, just because of that, they are just trying to deploy some of the grenades, but that grenade is on a different direction. All what Freestyle needs to do is to go into that 34-meter into that zone, but that is not an easy task. That is a daunting task, as the players from Bablu is taking the player down, but finally one player has been knocked down. And at this situation, Momtu, the sole player surviving from Stalwart Esports, is trying to maximize and capitalize onto the situation.
Bablu, 4 teams alive. Freestyle is the only team who is really uncomfortable in this situation, though. Stalwart Esports is live with one last man. Bablu, Pika has went down in this situation. Freestyle trying to take at least one player out. Teen Wolf going to be connecting the last bullet. Actually was Zubian who took out the player of Stalwart Esports, and now Malik is just pinned down behind this little vehicle. He's taking a lot of damage as well. A lot of bullets, a lot of mags being unloaded in his side, and finally falls apart as Freestyle taking an exit on 4th position. And now things are just down to these 3 teams. NFPxSky we have, and then we have coming in Team Bablu as well. And this is where Stalwart Esports, Momtu's position, I feel like might just have been given away. But still, not really aware of Momtu's position. Yes, Momtu's position is still secretive. He's still anonymous. But now I feel like this is where his position has been given away. Pika took quite a lot of damage, falls down. And now it's all down to Zubian and the rest of the lads of Team Bablu crawling up slowly and steadily. And still, Danny has no clue where Momtu is. He has moved in quite a lot. He does realize there might be a res happening. He thought the res is happening behind the US, but no. Bablu has the exact position where Stalwart Esports Momtu is, and yes, he will be taking out the game.
Exactly, but he did a good resistance if we talk about that fight, because all what he had that good dip, and just because of that he secured one knock onto the players of Pika, and Team Bablu were sort of unsettled. But in all this situation, one team has flourished from that southern side and eastern side, and that is of NFPxSky Esports. 3 players into this last circle. Katir, Ash, Halsey are looking very strong. 8 kills all in all in totality. 2 kills already into the name of Halsey. Can they pick up the chicken dinner in the name? I'm still waiting for that.
Still pretty much a one-on-one stalemate situation. 2 teams alive. That nade is just so good. It's primed in for precision. It's primed for success. And the kill has been found. So many nades lobbed in from the lads of Bablu. It's pretty much an artillery strike from their side. Another nade lobbed in. Not really to find its mark. The Bablu, I like how they're approaching the fight. Kind of separated out from each other. NFPxSky is not going to be expecting this one. One guy's in the back lines. Just spot him out. Teen Wolf is taking quite a lot of damage onto them. NFPxSky is just down to that one last man surviving. They still don't exactly know where the last man is. Finally spotting him out, taking out the game. Bablu showing their presence in the game. Finally, in the final map, they decided to wake up.
And exactly, how much can you wait for Team Bablu to not go for that chicken? Finally, at the end of the day, at the end of day 1 for the finals, and on that 5th match, game that went into the name of Team Bablu. 7 kills is what they have been able to secure. Not in much we have talked about the kills that Team Bablu is able to secure and has secured in the past, but still this is a momentum that they will be surely looking up forward to. But a total of 2042 damage, that is a massive number.
That's definitely a massive number in itself. And Bablu, I was talking about this team. I was like, what exactly has happened to this team? They weren't really able to show up in those first 4 games, but in the 5th game, I feel like they just needed a little bit of wake-up call there, but they woke up finally. That's what matters the most. Woke up, dominated the entire field, and came out on top in those kind of battles. And Bablu, what a way to close the game out.
Exactly, and with that most valuable players also But no, here the name is from Portal Esports. Again, Mom2, this player has been surprising me throughout the day because he has been showcasing up his name in that most valuable player chart, or also the top players from this match. For this time, he has secured 6 kills, 851 of total damage, 1 assist is what he has been able to secure, and a survival drive close to 26 minutes.
Exactly. Mob2 from Portal Esports is the man who's going to be the MVP of this game. Did quite an incredible job as well. I mean, we did see him, try and find those kind of tricky situations out. But here we have the overall top players of the game, and Freestyle Malik is there as well, while with Danny from the side of Bablu. Only one player from the side of Bablu in the top players.
That was obvious when you have just 7 kills in the match. Even I was surprised to see any other player apart from the side of Team Bablu featuring in that MVP list. But yes, 7 kills in the name, that means team players from Bablu will be at least showing in the top players list. You just cannot take these players away from that list. And 7 kills is what they have been able to secure, a total of 22 points. Portal Esports following them next, but NFPxSky Esports, they have been consistently performing throughout the day.
They have been consistently performing throughout the day, and the results will be shown on your screen as well. And I mean, in the match ranking, they are on the 3rd place, including Portal Esports. They are on the 2nd place. The battles were kind of interesting in the end as well, but still, things were kind of lacking down. Freestyle was the team that was trying their best as well, but Arkadians this time finally in the top 5 of the match ranking.
Exactly, finally. And Renegades also making a good position, a good total kill point if we talk about that, because they have been playing decently well. If we talk about that kill point, all they just need to do is that control aggression, because if you are able to secure that much of kill, 6, 7 kills or 8 kills, you just need to go for the placement points, because at the end of the day, a chicken provides you and puts you with that 15 total points. Also, TES, a team that looked good in that last game of Sanhok, did falter down in this game of Erangel.
Exactly. Kind of crumbled down, unfortunately, in this final game of Erangel there. And this is how the Oppo F19 Pro Moments is here to show how exactly Moments went down. And this was the first engagement that ever happened. And this is what I said. Maybe Unknown should have waited the situation out, not taking shots. Just prone behind that, little rock there. Hopefully, wouldn't that be spotted out, but then he decided to strike and got taken down instantly. While we have another situation where Team Qwerty, this was an unfortunate situation on this side as well. Did try to get inside the car, but he got taken down in the moment. But now overall, the entire day one, I really feel like Team Qwerty has done an incredible job showing their dominance. Just in the last game, just in this previous game that we witnessed, final game of Erangel, they got kind of third party from all over the side. Freestyle was there on the hilltop, and then there was one more squad in the backlines who was actually shooting them. So there was no way Team Qwerty could make it out.
Exactly, and same happened, and this was a pretty done situation for them, because it was a 1v3 affair in the name of one team that did secure the 2nd placement points. And just because of that, NFPxSky Esports jumping to that 2nd spot, a total of 60 points, but still 34 points behind Team Qwerty.
Exactly. I mean, these are the overall rankings, and as you did mention, NFPxSky have been looking pretty consistent, and yes, the results are there as well. NFPxSky doing an incredible job as well, 60 points in their hands, but Team Qwerty is on another dimension with 94 points in their hands, while Portal Esports is still on the ladder of success, as you like to call it, Ankit.
Exactly, it did indeed, and Team Prime onto the top 8 of the chart. So yes, they have done a good job in that total points secured, but look at that point difference between 1 to 8. They're nowhere near to it, but the point difference has actually been from the 1st to the 2nd. So now turning to the 2nd half of the chart, Team Xquetta, a total of 30 points is what that they have been able to secure from the 5 matches. So I would really want teams like Stalwart Esports, Maximus, and Arkadians making a comeback.
Exactly. I mean, those teams would definitely be it would be an interesting sight to see if they actually do make a comeback. It would be quite an interesting sight to witness, without a doubt. But I mean, if you take a look at these rest of the teams, right, on the latter half of the chart, we have Stalwart Esports coming in, Renegades coming in as well, then Arkadians is there, Lost Esports as well. On the bottom, Lost Esports, you guys look a little lost. Maybe it's time to find yourself. Maybe it's time to find your inner talent and show it to the people. Show it to the lads of Pakistan that you guys do not deserve the spot in the bottom, and you guys are the kings as well. But over here, Team Bablu, the entire roster, and this is how it looked like in the entire day one.
Exactly, Zibian. A total of 2,111 damage is what he has been able to secure in the 5 matches, 5 kills. So in 5 matches, 5 kills is what doesn't justifies what Team Bablu is capable of. But all in all, going down to this match and ending the day with the help of chicken dinner, they must be really boosted up.
Exactly, ending the day with a chicken dinner, and I'm pretty sure tomorrow as well, the upcoming day, they're going to be having a fresh mindset in the game as well, because they want to carry the legacy forward. They want to take the Team Bablu up as well, because it has the Panda logo, and I do love Panda Squad a lot, and I definitely want Bablu as well to, you know, kind of see the succession as well. And the next day, tomorrow's day, is going to be an important affair, because tomorrow, the latter half of the board is still not able to perform. It's pretty much going to be a done game.
Exactly, and also bringing to the fact that other teams don't allow the team Qwerty to secure more and more lead, else the first position will be straight away sealed by them, because once they get going, nobody can stop them. So they just need to stop them.
Exactly. They do definitely need to stop them, you know. I mean, again, teams are not really going to let that happen that easily, you know. I mean, they will definitely have a little bit of competition here and there. Things would be looking, you know, kind of interesting or tough on their side as well. But eventually, you know, when I feel like Bablu does do a great job, you know, certainly Bablu, when they find themselves that sweet tuning for themselves, they do an incredible job, and they do get that chicken dinner in their hand as well. And this is what we saw in the previous game. A beautiful team coordination, a beautiful positioning coming out from these lads in each and every single fight that was being executed. Beautiful utility usage and management. But take a look at these PMCC exclusive event items that you can actually earn by logging into the game. And I mean, do you have any other extra info to give, Duncan?
I mean, this is the exclusiveness that game brings in, not just for the players only, but also for the spectators and the viewers that they are wishing for. So all what you have to do is just to be in the in-game on the South Asia server, and you can just collect these medals, and these medals will be collected once you start watching these games, and you can redeem the medals straight away. So total of 5 medal is what you need for that coupon, and also you can get that PMCC permanent frame.
Exactly. I mean, log into PUBG Mobile between May 21 to June 6 to SA server and earn the PMCC medal, which can be later then used to redeem various in-game rewards. And this is what you need to do. When you log in for 20 minutes, you're going to be earning 1 medal. If you log in for 15 minutes, then you're going to be earning 2 medals. If you're going to be in there for 80 minutes, you're going to be earning 3 medals. And then 100 minutes, you're going to be earning 4 medals. If you are going to be collecting overall 120 medals in game, you are going to be able to redeem that in a PMCC frame, which you can probably flex on your friends and be like, yo, look, I have this frame, you don't. And then maybe you can dance on it. Maybe, you know, you're just having a great time overall, just redeeming this exclusive item, and you do not want to miss out on them.
Exactly, these are all the perks that all the viewers, all the spectators are waiting for. So all you just need to do is to tune into the South Asia server and make sure to earn all these medals, and you can straight away in cash with that purse that you have for the game.
Exactly. I mean, that's going to be a wonderful affair. I mean, overall, you know, in that previous game, Bablu, again, I mean, they did quite an incredible job, but I still feel like we got to give some props to Freestyle there. But the call has been made by the director, and we have to listen to the almighty overlord that it's time to end the show. It's time to end the day for today. But tomorrow, we'll be back with more action-packed games, because tomorrow is going to be an important day.
Exactly.